Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Provincial Métis Council meeting for January 20th, 2026. Happy New Year to everybody. So I'll call this meeting to order now at 9:19. In order to start in a good way, we'd like to start with an opening prayer from the Vieux-Monde, our old ones, and I believe it's Caroline Liberty is going to give us a prayer. Caroline?
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. Merci, Kahkeo. Thank you all for being here in this meeting on the heartland of the Métis. I ask God, Jesus, to be here with us, to guide us in a good way, to bring together the Métis people, to work together to make a strong, proud Métis nation, to watch over the Métis communities, blessing and keeping us safe. Ekose, merci, amen.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back, everybody. We'll now proceed to roll call. You can give me a here. All right. President Glenn McCallum. President McCallum? No. Vice President Michelle Leclerc. We know she's running late. And we'll
Here.
Oh, she is here. Thank you very much, Vice President. Secretary Marlene Hanson. Secretary Hanson?
Sorry about that. Here.
Thank you. Treasurer Jeremy Denemy.
Here.
Northern Region 1, Minister Laura Bernoff.
Uta.
Northern Region 2, Minister Leonard Montgrand. Northern Region 3, Minister Brennan Morasti.
Good morning.
Thank you. Eastern Region 1, Minister Ryan Lee Carrier. He is away today. Eastern Region 2, Marilyn Eckert.
Here.
Thank you. Eastern Region 2A, Minister Darcy Lepaway.
Good morning. Here.
Thank you. Eastern Region 3, Minister Mark Friesen. Eastern Region 3, Minister Mark Friesen. We know she's just switching over her computer. Western Region 1, Minister Loretta King.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Don't say I'm here. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Friesen. Western Region 1A, Billy Kennedy. We know he's going to be joining at 9:30. Western Region 2A, Minister Beverly Fullerton.
Good morning.
Thank you. Youth President Rachel Heisen.
Present.
Thank you. Interim President Lafi Madeleine, Darlene Langen. Darlene Langen. Nope. We have quorum. Thank you very much. Now we will move to the approval of the agenda. Any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a change to the agenda, please.
Okay.
I would like to have the Provincial Métis Youth Council capacity budget included in this agenda. I was told that it was supposed to be included. It was confirmed via email, so that should be in this agenda, please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Youth President. Just going to hold on a second. Mr. Quintel, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I was just putting forward, in terms of the agenda, there was some discussions with the Ethics Committee about possibly moving the in-camera portion to the very front to be able to deal with the HR issue, or the issue at hand that everyone's aware of with Minister Dignes, as I know citizens will want to know the outcome of that, to not wait till the end and have to wait till after the fact. So I know that there was some discussion about moving that up front. And then in terms of the youth budget, though I was advised that it needed to go to Finance Committee prior. Then I have seen there was an email a couple of days ago from Minister of Finance to the Youth President advising that they were okay with the budget. I do know it does have to come to the PMC to talk about the work plan, as there's some changes to the structure that council would normally discuss.
So we're not ready to hear about the youth budget yet? Is that what you're saying?
There's still some numbers that need to be worked out with, in terms of actuals and to date. But besides that, I think it's the work plan as the budget itself, the 160 has already gone through Finance Committee, PMC, and also the MNLA. So it'd just be the work plan now that needs to be discussed at PMC and approved.
Okay.
The work plan was also sent in with the budget when I sent it out to the full PMC council.
That's correct. Still needs to be discussed.
Okay, so are you okay with not adding it today, Youth President?
No, I think it's an emergent issue because we're talking about resources and the end of the fiscal is coming up pretty quickly. So I think it's an emergent issue. It needs to be included today, please.
Okay, I'm gonna put it after the Maxi appointment, 7.3 on the agenda.
Thank you.
Secretary Hansen.
During roll call, I heard a name, Marilyn Eckhart.
Yes, the region, Eastern Region 2 has sent Ms. Eckert in on behalf of Mr. Dignas.
Is there a process that has to be accepted prior to her coming to the table, or, I know from previous situations where we have two members that are not at our table and we don't have anybody representing them, and we haven't dealt with Dignas yet, so I'm not quite sure why we would have someone at the table representing him when I would like to know the process and how is this going to work? I have a lot of questions. So is this how they just slide right in, or is there something that we have to do to accept them?
Thank you, Secretary. Richard, did you want to speak to that? Is that why your hand's up?
It is. I can speak partially to that. So Brent Dignas has taken leave and has stepped down for health reasons from the region. He's met with his region. They've had a regional council and they've passed a motion, and it was passed so that there is an interim regional director to be able to do the work in the region and come to the council. This has been done in the past. We've seen this back in, I believe it was 2017, 2018, in ER3. This has happened in the past where there's been a vacancy as per the Constitution. We've had it vetted by legal, so she's been appointed as interim area director, and she is able to attend and vote at the table. The difference between the other two who are suspended have not stepped down from their regional duties, and so they're, as per your resolution, they've been suspended from the PMC table. Minister Dignas has stepped down for health reasons, and a motion's been passed by the regional council, and Marilyn Eckert is the interim regional director.
My understanding is he's not stepped down. He's not stepped down. So there's a difference between him stepping down and he has to resign first, isn't he, to be replaced?
Secretary, he has stepped down. The regional council has voted to have Ms. Eckert replace him for the meantime.
Okay, I have another question though.
Okay.
In 2017, there was a time when I was on the regional council and I was we had discussed that I step in or someone steps in on behalf of our area director and our regional rep, and we were told that that couldn't happen. So now we're saying it did happen in 2017, but yet I know for a fact that when we from Northern Region 2, it was not allowed. So I think we should have had a discussion prior to this situation that we're bringing them to the table. Not that they won't get here, but just making sure that this discussion in the prior process was followed, because once again, I don't
Secretary.
agree. I don't see Dignas stepping down. He has
Okay,
to
thank you.
resign.
Thank you for your comments.
But I also have a comment in regards to the in-camera and the youth. I want to respond to that too. So I don't agree with
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Secretary. That's good. We're go to Vice President Leclerc now, please.
just so am I going to come back to speak on the ethics and the budget, because I'd like to speak to the budget for the youth too.
The speakers list, we can put you back on again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Leclerc.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of those that are observing our meeting today. I would be, I think that we could deal with a lot of the issues that Secretary McCallum is discussing if we go immediately into in-camera, don't take up people's time, come out of camera, and we can probably clarify a number of the issues that Secretary Hansen is addressing. And I wonder if we might move into that, maybe get some clarification, and then be able to clarify for our citizens online what we're discussing. Those are my comments.
Okay, so Vice President Leclerc, will you make the motion to move in camera once we approve the agenda?
I shall move, yeah.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please?
Morasti seconds.
Thank you. Let's have a vote on that.
Don't
All
we
in,
have to have a discussion and a vote on the in-camera first? We're just going right
yeah,
into accepting the
Secretary,
agenda when,
please don't speak out of order.
well, maybe. we
All
should
we're
let
doing
you
right
speak
now
then.
is, Secretary, all we're doing right now is amending the agenda. We're getting an approval on the agenda. So there's a motion to move in camera right after we approve the agenda. So I need a vote on the amended agenda. Oh, sorry, I actually got to hear Mr. Oh yeah, there's a motion on the table. Okay, sorry, we're gonna go with this vote to amend the agenda.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Denny?
Well, I was going to add to I was going to question why my resolutions aren't on the agenda that were submitted in the proper time. And I haven't been contacted by our policy team.
Just give me a second. Okay. I believe Richard or Matt could speak to that. Richard?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'll have to get the information, but they didn't fit the criteria as these things were already in motion. The policy team is there. Apologies, I don't have the information in front of me currently, and my mind's been on other issues all week. So if somebody else could speak to it, it'd be much appreciated.
Chair. It's Matt here. I don't have the briefing on that item either, so I'm not able to speak to it, but
And Matt said he would phone Jeremy.
yeah, just wanted to let you know.
Mr. Chair?
Procedures are already in place. That Matt.
Mr. Chair?
Sorry, Ms. Hanson, not right now. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Thank you. Happy New Year to the Provincial Métis Council. And just on this, those two items, Treasurer Denemy, our team met with the senior team. I was away the first week in January. And so they were going to have discussions with you as your resolutions do impact some of the ongoing financial policies that are being developed or and will come forward to the Provincial Métis Council in the February or perhaps even March agenda. So that's the status of that, why they don't appear there. There is no urgency in terms of having those items on there, but that is the process that I understand will be followed. So the senior team will follow up with you, and simply because they do impact the financial policies that are being developed currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Secretary Hanson.
Mr. Chair, I believe that we're moving a little bit too quick here. I called question on roll call. We're into the agenda. I don't know how we can.
So we're talking about approval of the agenda, Secretary, and we have a motion to move in camera.
But I also called prior to the motion being made. I asked about the roll call.
And it was explained. And it was explained to you as to why Ms. Eckert is in the meeting.
Yeah, but does it mean that it's right just because it's your point of view? Like we should be looking at policy before.
It's been explained. So we have a motion to approve the agenda with the youth being added after the Maxi appointment and to move in camera immediately. So if we could have the poll up, we will vote.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, just because I had 3 motions that were submitted and one of those motions were related to financial policy that's coming back to PMC, that's not going forward. But I have 2 other motions that are unrelated, one related to education that I submitted with Minister Burnoff, and then another one regarding efficiency that was also submitted.
Give me a second. Yeah. Do you want to explain? Okay. Dorothy will explain to that.
But what about the other motion?
Mr. Chair.
Policies that procurement policies.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
We're speaking to Mr. Denemy's questions right now.
Okay.
Secretary.
Thank you. Yes, I can respond to your question, Treasurer Denemy, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Yes, the one motion on education had Minister Burnoff as the mover, and she didn't move that and retracted her name from moving that resolution. So that and it is her portfolio, and so it is something that she. I believe that is thought of and is being conceived for the future, but not at the moment. So And the other one, I think two of the resolutions also speak to financial policy. I think it's on the procurement, and that is impacting one of the financial policies that is currently being developed. So again, I say that the senior team will follow up with you. That's the plan, to discuss these resolutions with you, and that and as the policies are being developed, your input and feedback, I think, will be part of that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice President.
I guess my question is this. Who is in charge of this agenda? This is a PMC agenda. If a member has put an item onto the agenda in the given time that they are allowed, it should go on the agenda. This agenda belongs to the PMC. And so I'm wondering why all of these agenda items are being vetted before they go on our Provincial Métis Council agenda. If they're in on time, that should be the end of the story. They should be on the agenda. Those are my comments.
Thank you for that. Mr. Quintel, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Dorothy, for the reminder. Now I remember these resolutions. The issue being is we have ministers responsible for departments. Individuals who want to bring motions forward should speak to the ministers, as the issue is on these resolutions. These things are already in play. Our government is already contemplated, already working on them. And so to bring issues forward that are misaligned or not in keeping with kind of the work that's happening already through the departments with your colleagues, I encourage you to speak to the ministers responsible so they can work with the departments to be able to bring these things forward. But in terms of the financial policies, the education one, these things are all in play, or we're bringing things forward that may or may not be, achievable at this time or realistic. And so ministers discuss it, look at these, and then, should speak to their colleagues. So there should be a process. But when someone brings a resolution forward, they still have to be vetted and looked at about whether or not it makes sense, or is it in line with what the government's already doing? Because if you're already doing it, there's no need for a resolution. There should have been more discussion with the people submitting in this past week. And my apologies, it's been a bit of a week where we've had some issues that have really taken everybody's attention to be able to try to move forward to get this right. But that was the issue there. And I do know that Minister of Finance and Minister of Education were briefed on these. And I do know that the Minister of Finance most likely will want to respond to this. And I do think there should be, you're right, Vice President, there should be a bit of a process, but not every resolution comes to the table just because it was submitted on time.
Thank you, Richard. Secretary Hansen.
If I can just respond to that, Mr. Speaker, quickly.
Go ahead, Vice President.
And that may well all be true if you're in the if you're in the know. There are certain people at our table that aren't included in a ministry, myself included. And so it's difficult when you're not in the know to be able to discuss or do any of those things. So, I mean, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Secretary Hansen, speaking to the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I just want to speak to the craziness of the morning.
The approval of the agenda right now, Secretary.
I understand that, but I asked a question, and where is the motion, and why wasn't the motion sent out to the board in regards to the situation with Brent Dignas? I'm still on call.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Thank you, Minister
Point of
Friesen.
order
So
for what?
Secretary Hansen, your question has been asked and answered, and thank you. Minister Friesen.
Can we
Thank
have
you,
the
Chair.
motion sent to
I
us?
just want to respond to the resolutions that didn't make it on the agenda. As we are speaking to the agenda and the agenda as is here, and comment on the comments that have previously been made. First of all, Treasurer Denemy has not reached out to the Minister of Finance to discuss his resolution impacting either budget or financial policies, number one. I would appreciate having that discussion prior to a resolution so that I can support a resolution or not. Putting it on the agenda without the without even the feedback from the Minister of Finance is highly inappropriate, in my opinion. So if in fact it is impacting policy, financial policies, or this role, I would like to be included in that discussion, please. So that's just an FYI. And the further we discuss Brent Dignas's role here with the PMC is putting our in-camera discussion at risk. So I caution the Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. So now we're going to have the vote to approve the agenda and then to go in camera. So moved. All right, so we will now proceed to move in camera. Oh, I need someone to give a motion to move in camera, please.
Chair, I'll make that motion. Minister Fullerton.
I've already made the motion.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So,
And I second.
Yeah, Vice President and Mr. Morasti had done it. So yeah, we will now move in camera. Okay, thank you for your patience. For everybody who was tuned in online, we're now back into the public part of our Provincial Media Council meeting for the rest of the day. There's two motions that were dealt with in camera that we were going to read into the record. Then we'll continue on with the agenda of the day. So first one. Indeterminate suspension of Eastern Region 2 regional representative. Whereas the Provincial Métis Council conduct policy adopted on June 25, 2025, Resolution 2506-2508, establishes standards of conduct and accountability for Provincial Métis Council members, PMC members. Whereas the Ethics Committee and the Provincial Métis Council are committed to upholding integrity, leadership, respect, responsibility, accountability, and professionalism. Whereas Section 10 of the PMC conduct policy states that members are expected to conduct themselves in accordance with the highest standard of personal and professional conduct in order to inspire the confidence of MNS citizens in the government of the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, MNS. Whereas Section 12 of the PMC conduct policy states that members of the PMC must at all times act with integrity, which means they must act lawfully, honestly, ethically, and honorably. Section 13 of the PMC conduct policy states that members must uphold Métis values. Section 14 of the PMC conduct policy states that members must act respectfully and avoid discriminatory or intimidating behavior. Section 16 of the PMC conduct policy states that members must refrain from inflammatory or abusive language. Whereas the PMC conduct policy defines harassment as discriminatory, humiliating, intimidating, or threatening conduct. Whereas Regional Representative Brent Dignas has acknowledged responsibility for conduct that is inconsistent with the standards set out in the PMC conduct policy. Whereas Regional Representative Brent Dignas is currently on a leave of absence from his elected position and has agreed to certain remedial actions noted below. Whereas the Ethics Committee and Provincial Métis Council recognize that such conduct has negatively impacted public confidence in MNS governance and the respectful functioning of the Provincial Métis Council. Whereas Sections 44(1)(4) of the PMC conduct policy require that remedial measures be fair, reasonable, proportionate, and rationally connected to accountability and restoration of trust. Whereas the Ethics Committee has considered relevant mitigating factors in accordance with Section 44(3) of the PMC conduct policy, including health-related considerations, and has taken these factors into account in determining appropriate remedial measures. Therefore, be it resolved that the Provincial Métis Council acknowledges Regional Representative Brent Dignas' suspension from the Provincial Métis Council for an indeterminate period of time, effective immediately, and during such period of suspension, the member shall not sit at the Provincial Métis Council table, participate in any committees in his capacity as a member of PMC, participate in Provincial Métis Council meetings, or access MNS resources in accordance with the PMC conduct policy. Be it further resolved that prior to consideration of reinstatement, the Ethics Committee will, no earlier than 6 months after this resolution, consider confirmation that the regional representative has complied with any recommended remedial or support measures identified by the Ethics Committee, consistent with the PMC conduct policy. Be it further resolved that upon completion of the suspension period, the Ethics Committee shall provide a written recommendation regarding reinstatement or further remedial measures consistent with the PMC conduct policy. Dated this 20th day of January 2026, was moved by Minister Beverly Fullerton, Western Region 2A, and seconded by Brendan Morasti, Northern Region 3, and passed with majority. Next up. MNLA procedures. Whereas the Métis Nation Saskatchewan MNS recognizes the distinctiveness of Métis identity, culture, values, and language, inclusive of knowledge keepers, Kitayak, Les Vieux Monde, the old ones or elders, Youth, Women, and Distinctive Resources, which is incorporated into proposals and decisions of the Provincial Media Council, PMC. Whereas, as per Article 2.3 of the Métis Nation Saskatchewan MNS Constitution, the MNLA possesses the authority to enact rules governing its own procedure. And on May 27, 2023, the MNLA approved the rules of the House with the understanding that the rules are evergreen in nature and will evolve over time. MNLA 2305-2701. And whereas local presidents have submitted concerns to the PMC regarding MNLA processes and procedures and have called for strengthening the rules of the House, additional training opportunities for MNLA members, and more information and education sessions between MNLAs. Therefore, be it resolved that the Provincial Métis Council, PMC, directs the following actions to bolster procedures for future MNLAs, including, but not limited to, monthly virtual information sessions for MNLA members, which may include updates, education, training, or workshops. Undertake a revision to the rules of the House, ensuring the revision process engages members of the MNLA, and that the revised rules be brought back to the PMC for review and the MNLA for enactment on a priority basis. Inclusion of resolution submission process in the rules of the House, ensuring compliance with MNS legislation to detail how items are added to the order of the day / agenda for MNLAs. Further, be it resolved that the PMC directs the CEO prepare and send a letter to the MNLA outlining the actions directed above to strengthen governance and procedures for MNLA within 60 days. Dated this 20th day of January 2026, was moved by Minister Brendan Morasti, Northern Region 3, and seconded by Minister Darcy Lepwick, Eastern Region 2A, and passed thusly. So thank you. Now we will continue on with the agenda in front of us, and we are now at the part of opening remarks from President Glenn McCallum. President McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope Christmas.
Just before we start, can I interrupt?
No, you can't, Secretary. We're at opening remarks from President Glenn McCallum.
Yeah, I understand, but don't we get to speak to, I'd like to be on the record to let the people know that I voted against the first motion.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you are now on the record. Thank you.
But I would like to say why.
No.
It's in camera.
Yeah, it was in camera, Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you. You just breached. All right, President Glenn McCallum.
It's so sad, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Even the respect we need to have to each other to be able to speak, especially with the public watching. We had our in-camera, and it's very critical that people understand why we have in-camera meetings. There's delicate information that's being shared amongst us. And to be able to put that here is something that has to be looked at and look at breach. And I hope that it's done pretty soon. It worries me a lot of times as the president that I've been here 8.5 years. The time that I used to sit in the trapper's cabin or in my hometown, to be able to look at the Métis Nation and going through these struggles that we've always had in these past years. To be able to see within the 8.5 years how far we've come, and to be able to excite our base, the people that believe in us, 40,000 of our people registered that believe in this government. And to be able to know the federal government has opened their doors, same with the province, same with the industry, institutions, and definitely our people. So no man tagapian kaya miyan as president, igo manas ko igips kagwe anay sino akachis ko kagin ko to which you have an itotik. Sami sa toma na politics ipin su ipinama. Igo mom stay kita pahtama kiwe kagipi kuta kita sinim no gitse. Puta kami mo ya tasukat siya. Michat ki kips kago no mana. Mama o kagwe mama o tuskia. Maga kami mo no. Igwas in stone once I say, igum stay we pi kuta. Igwas our staff. Muhkaj thank you po ni tao tini game marsi. Ego huisto ya kami muchik. Kwesi etos kichik. Iso kapsu ya kusisa. Kami mutak in the future te tutamaki we. You know, I wish everybody had a good Christmas and a good new year that's coming up here, and to be able to keep moving forward with all the gains that we've made with the feds, the province, industry, institutions, and especially our people. You trust us to be able to run this government, to be able to be respectful, thoughtful, and definitely plan in regards to how our future unfolds as we begin to move forward. So we have great staff. Mr. Speaker, thank you for leading us a lot of times in difficult times. And you have to shoulder some of the issues that tend to come your way. But with great help and great people that work for our government, we will strive to be better, and we will continue engaging with our people, the elected, all 12 regions and their local presidents. We talked about that. So I look forward to the future. It's a bright future. We've never been sitting so well in the Métis Nation. And let's continue working hard. Let's get to business here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now we're on to item 6, proposed consent agenda items. Could I have a motion, a mover and a seconder to accept the consent agenda items, please?
I so move.
Minister Friesen, second, Minister Lepouet. Thank you. There's no discussion on this. We have a poll. Put the poll up, please. Please vote. All right. Thank you very much. So moved. Now we'll go into item number 7, governance, finance, policies presentation. That's going to be Minister of Finance, Mark Friesen, Matt Vermette, our COO. Is that available? All right, Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to thank everybody, everyone, the PMC for workshopping the suite of policies that we introduced here a couple of weeks ago, or it was before the break. And so we have a schedule for more policies for review and to workshop with the Provincial Métis Council. That is coming up here, and then we will approve that suite of policies just as the previous at a PMC meeting, respecting everyone's time and energy when it comes to reviewing policy. It's important that we also approve those policies so that they can be implemented in real time, and that we're not delaying the implementation of such policies. So look forward to seeing you at the workshop when our team introduces those policies. And I just wanted to offer, after the discussion that we've had this morning on education and reviewing processes and policy with our elected officials, including our local presidents of the Legislative Assembly, I wanted to offer, and I've spoken with our team, number one, and our senior officials about possibly inviting or offering such financial workshops to every region. So I'd like to offer that to the regional councils, the regional representatives of each region, that finance would come out and workshop, i.e. either the financial policies or a budget workshop, or the to review the audited financial statements in person. I understand that we don't have a lot of time prior to a legislative assembly to review in their entirety. The review is fairly high level, and I agree with the comments that have been made and the suggestions that have made, the recommendations coming from my colleagues around the PMC table, that we need to take the time to bring people up to speed on what their level of comfort is when they're engaging in conversation about finances, whether it be an audit or budget process or regional assistance or support, whatever the case may be. I'm open to attend your regional council, or if you want to set up a special meeting of the regional council and to workshop those pieces, I'm more than happy to do that, along with team support, of course. So I'll be reaching out to you in the near future to offer a schedule, and also that, of course, is an offer to the women and also to the youth. So that's my financial update. Budget process is in full exercise now, and I will refer to either Matt or Echo if she's on, just to inform the PMC where we're at with budget process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Are you gonna speak this, Matt, or do you want to put that note up? There we go.
Yeah, we can just bring it up and
So Matt Vermette's gonna speak to us real.
okay, sounds good. Do you want me to read it in or just summarize it?
Yeah, just summarize it.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So essentially, as the minister said, this is part of that financial policy review and update that we're doing. MNP was brought in to go through our financial policies, do a gap analysis, build out some really strong financial and accountability policy. And now we're at the stage where it's been advanced to Finance Committee. Finance Committee has had an opportunity to look at some of them. We workshopped 3 of them, as was stated in December. And we're going to do one more workshop here on February the 4th, I believe. The 4th, yeah. So that workshop will be for PMC. It'll be an all-day workshop where we're going to go through the rest of the policies that haven't been workshopped and get feedback on the comprehensive policy suite, and then do the work between February 11th and the February PMC, where we can adjust those policies, adapt them to the feedback that we receive, and then we'll present them for approval at the February PMC. And once that happens, we'll have all of the governance-related financial policies in play, and the operational policies will be implemented around the same time. And so it's great for us. We're getting to the point now where we've got policies that kind of match the size and scope of our government on the table, and looking forward to feedback from our council and doing the work that needs to be done to advance this on all of your behalf.
Thank you, Matt. If you could scroll this up there. There we go. Okay, so Secretary Hansen, you have questions for Minister Friesen or Mr. Vermette?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have not really a question, I guess, just information. When the policy was, when we workshopped the policy, we received the policies, the individual policies that we workshopped. However, we never received the financial policies manual. So in order for us to be able to make, decisions and make sure we're not conflicting with the policies prior, or, just to make sure we're consistent and that we're following the proper, and we're making our policies stronger and they're following the Constitution. Will we be given the manual prior to the other policies? Because I know that was a question at the last workshop.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, so we can upload the policies that are going to be workshopped next week. So we're just kind of finalizing, going through them and making sure they're ready, and then we'll get them uploaded next week, and that'll give folks a couple of weeks in advance of the February 4th meeting.
How about the manual though? Do we get the whole manual so we know how they're relating? And
Yeah, so it'll be all of the governance related financial policies at the same time, so you'll see them all together.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Minister Muraska.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. When this was brought to Finance Committee, I had asked that this workshop be done in face-to-face. We're reviewing a lot of policies for our government. For myself, it's best that I'm in front of it like that. That was my request, and I would ask that again, that this workshop be done for the day in person. Thank you.
Minister Friesen, you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, Finance does not have a budget to do an in-person all-day workshop. That's why we do it virtually, because it's cost-effective. And that's why I'm offering to come out to regions to build it out so that local presidents, regional representatives are aware of policies and how they impact their operations or not, and ask those questions. We just do not have the capacity in Finance to have several in-person workshops, because we're already in-persons impact the budget, of course, and it would not be prudent of me to address that. And so there is no budget for in-person at this time with a workshop of this nature. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister Friesen. Secretary Hansen.
So I have a question for Finance Minister. I'm not really following her when she says there's no budget for us to come together to have good discussions, to understand, because this is all really new for me in regards to the finances. But yet you're saying you will be able to come out to our regions. So you'll go to all 12 regions, but we do not have the finances to go and do a workshop where we can get together, have good discussion, make, informed decisions. You're saying no to that?
Yeah. Go ahead, Minister.
When I offer to go out to regions, it's my ministerial portfolio offers a travel budget. So that's what I'm using, is the Ministry of Finance travel budget to go out to regions. We have had virtual workshops in the past, and we did the first suite of financial policies. And so I'm continuing that process. I'll just, other than that, the Department of Finance doesn't have a budget, an infinite budget to continue to have in-person meetings. So that's why this is the option. Virtual is more cost-effective, and that's my position on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to go to CEO Richard Quintal to speak to this.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that the February PMC is in person. And so some of these things can be discussed in person because you will all be together in February. It's been changed from virtual to in person.
Thank you, Mr. Quintal. Minister Muraski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask that our senior team look into finding some money to bring us together face to face for this. This is a foundational governance piece. It's very important to me, and I'm sure my colleagues, that we do this face to face and this work together in the same room. These are policies that have been drafted virtually. We need to be in the room to deal with it face to face. That's how I see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President Leclerc.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there must be a way that we can find some money, maybe have a 2-day meeting in February, the first day on financial policy. I mean, I'll be honest, finances aren't my acumen. And I really need to have a look at it and be able to discuss it with my colleagues. We are in charge of a great deal amount of money, and I think it's needed that we need to sit down. And I like Richard's suggestion that maybe if we do it in March or in February, that we do it 2 days, 1 day only on finance, the next day on business.
Thank you, Vice President. Secretary Hansen.
I'd just like to thank the speakers before me in support of coming together and really being able to make informed decisions, because I'm finding that, and I don't know, Mr. Chair, I think if we're going to be making informed decisions, I was just concerned that, at our workshop when we had it over Zoom, we didn't get a lot of questions from from around the table. So I think definitely brings us together, and we have more communications, we connect, and it creates for more of an informed decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, folks. We're going to move on to the next item now. Support for General Assembly rules, number 7.1 on your agenda. So if we get that up. Excellent, thank you. General Assembly rules. Whereas the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, MNS, recognizes the distinctiveness of Métis identity, culture, values, and language, inclusive of knowledge keepers, Katayak, Le Vieux Monde, the old ones or elders, youth, women, and distinctive resources, which is incorporated into proposals and decisions of the Provincial Métis Council, PMC. Whereas Article 11.1 of the Constitution of the Métis Nation Saskatchewan Constitution states that the General Assembly shall be convened by the Métis Nation Legislative Assembly every year. Whereas the amending formula for the Constitution set out in Article 15 requires that constitutional amendments must be supported by a majority of 3/4 of the members of the Métis Nation Legislative Assembly and ratified by 3/4 of the members of the General Assembly. Whereas a constitutional amendment to affirm MNS's authority and jurisdiction to create systems for the administration of justice, tribunals, or other entities, mechanisms, or processes to resolve disputes related to the Constitution, MNS legislation, or between Métis individuals, was supported by 3/4 of the members of the MNLA on November 22, 2025, and called for a General Assembly to be held as soon as feasible to ratify the constitutional amendment. Whereas there are currently no rules established governing conduct and procedures for General Assemblies, and rules are necessary to ensure that the General Assembly is conducted in a clear, safe, consistent, and credible manner. And whereas, pursuant to Article 2.3 of the Constitution, the MNLA has authority to enact legislation, regulations, rules, and resolutions governing the affairs and conduct of the Métis in Saskatchewan, which includes authority to enact rules for General Assemblies. Therefore, be it resolved that the Provincial Métis Council, PMC, supports the drafting and development of rules that clearly define procedures for Métis Nation Saskatchewan MNS General Assemblies, and that the procedures should include rules for debates, motions, order, decorum, and voting. Further be it resolved that the PMC affirms that it is critical that the MNS government have rules for General Assemblies so that the sessions include respect for all, supporting one another, and transparent processes, which are core principles of governance, of Métis governance, and further be it resolved that the PMC directs the Chief Executive Officer to ensure that rules of procedure for General Assemblies are developed as a priority and included in the order of the day for presentation to the Métis Nation Legislative Assembly at its next sitting for enactment. Dated this 20th day of January 2026, moved by Minister Brendan Morasti, Northern Region 3. Seconded by Minister Beverly Fullerton, Western Region 2A. Minister Morasti, still so moved.
Still so moved, Mr. Chair.
Minister Fullerton, still so second.
I do, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to questions. I see Treasurer Denemy, you have your hand up.
I guess I would ask if we could have, if we could follow the alignment of the previous resolution that was passed and being inclusive and create a working group, to work with policy department to develop these rules. And then the other thing was making sure that it's being brought back to the Provincial Métis Council for approval before it goes forward to the MNLA. So just the inclusion piece and then creating that working group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Treasurer Denemy. When you refer to working group, what was the other working group you were referring to, Treasurer?
What I was referring to was the previous resolution where we said that we were being inclusive of MLA members and whatever, like basically creating a working group and working together to come to basically a solution, because there does need to be rules, but I think we need to be inclusive in developing these rules. And that's the amendment that I'm asking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that is part of the process, but yeah, thank you. Vice President Leclerc.
Yeah, hi again. Just ensuring that it comes back to the Provincial Métis Council before it is implemented at the next Legislative Assembly. Other than that, I'm in full support of this resolution.
So you're asking for a friendly amendment that it just goes to the PMC before the MNLA, correct?
That's correct.
Minister Morasti and my movers and seconders, are you okay with that?
I'd be okay with the inclusive involvement of our PMC and MNLA, yes.
Chair, I just want some clarity on this. So the friendly amendments would be the inclusion of a working committee of our PMC.
Feedback.
Feedback. Hold on.
No, there wasn't about a working committee, just about to the PMC before it goes to the MNLA.
Okay, so Treasurer did not have a friendly amendment. He just had a suggestion of what that process looked like. Okay, and then I'm actually just clarify.
Mr. Chair, I did have a request for the friendly amendment to be more inclusive and create the working group to include the PMC, and that was the first part, and then the second part was like Vice President to make sure that once it's created, that it comes back for PMC for approval before it goes to the MNLA. So there's two parts to my friendly amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, President.
It's Glenn here. Anyway, yes. Let's be careful in regards to how we go with committees. I have the role of creating that. First, the resolution itself states very clearly in regards to where we want to go. But if you add on recommending, not necessarily recommending, putting in committee without proper process in regards to the Constitution, in regards to the role that I have as president, how do we do that? We've got to be very careful.
Thanks for that clarification, Mr. President. So, Minister Morasti, so you're okay with the PMC for review?
Yes.
And the other part that Mr. Denemy asked about?
I have to support the president on his role and what our constitution says. He would be the one to appoint and strike committees, but I feel that the flow of the process would include the PMC and then the MNLA, so I'd be comfortable with that because it gives us opportunity to provide feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Hansen. Oh, sorry. Minister Fullerton, are you okay with the second?
I
Or
am. I am.
amendment?
I am okay with the second amendment. I believe my hand was up before secretary, and then came down to answer to this. So I
Okay.
just, also just for clarification, for our citizens watching and for this, it's going to come back to the PMC for review. We'll make sure that there's that inclusion. It'll be included in the order of the day for MNLA, and this still needs to be ratified at the AGM. So, just to clarify that process.
I think just for clarification, this would have to be ratified at the MNLA.
Yes, sorry. Yeah. Pass that PMC, or yeah, sorry. I just know that it'll be brought back to the AGA for citizens ratification as well, correct?
No,
No? Okay.
it would be ratified by the PMC, then the MNLA for the General Assembly,
To be used as.
to be used at the General Assembly. It says right there.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Secretary Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It just takes me back to many years ago when we used to have our AGAs, and traditionally they were right after the MNLA. So, and the Métis people, we got together, we had speakers, and we followed Robert's Rules of Order, and the documents were handed out to individuals, so they were allowed to make free prior consent, informed consent. I am going to speak against this motion. I agree that we have to have rules for sure. I agree that this belongs to the assembly, is owned by the people and is for the people. And, it's not up to the PMC to insert our own rules and expectations into the AGA. It's really important that our people participate in these rules and decisions. It's important that we allow our people to have that free prior informed consent. And, we have a lot of discussion from our people that that's not happening. The consultations in regards to some of our concerns moving forward. So, but anyway, I want to go back to this resolution. And I want to talk about the process. We just recently passed PMC meetings and procedures. And in 18, number 18 in the procedures under submissions for motion resolutions is number 18, 3B, says that all resolutions coming forward prior to being accepted for the PMC, they are to have notes showing how they're connecting to our strategic plan for M&S. To date, the M&S PMC, we do not have a strategic plan. There's no notes tied to this resolution. So if we're following our policies that the PMC has passed, then we're going against our own policies. So this resolution is out of order, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, but it is not out of order. Treasurer Denemy.
I guess the question that I would ask is, as the president has made us aware, the committee striking and whatnot, if he would be, I guess, in favor of being inclusive of, to make sure that we go forward together. But I'll just leave that up to him because it sounded like he just wanted to make sure that we're following the proper process. And so I'll just ask, the chair, that's my comment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yes, President Grant McCallum.
Thank you for that, Dinami. Anyway, I'm listening. I'm hearing all angles in regards to the discussions that's going on. Council is making the right choices in regards to where we should be going. Having a good discussion around these resolutions can clearly define in regards to how we can come up with committees. I'm hearing you. I'm going to hear our technical people. They're doing all the writing in regards to what's going on. I will look over that information, but I'm hearing at the same time in regards to what our council is saying. So I'll follow up with this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, President McCallum. Secretary Hansen. And this is your third time.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to ask, because this is new for me too. We passed policies and the policy states, so maybe we need to read the policy, needs to be read, because we passed policies and it reads that under section 318 of submissions for resolutions, that this is what it takes for them to qualify. And according to our policies, then tell me, how can these pass? How are they not out of order? I'd like that response, please.
So, Secretary, I'm assuming you're referring to 18.3B, right?
Yeah.
So,
The rules of PMC.
of the rules of PMC submissions.
Yes.
So this does fit it. And it's part of the process. This is a proper resolution to direct the CEO to create rules for the AGA.
But we do not have in our submissions, it says that we need to make notes along with the resolution that has to be in direct to our strategic plan. We do not have a strategic plan. And they did not make notes in regards to that, saying that how they're going to meet our strategic plan. So how does it meet? How can it come here and we deal with this when it's not happening? Like, we don't have the notes. We don't have a strategic plan. So to me, that tells me it's out of order.
Okay, so it's this distinction-based planning. It's a process. It's coming down the pipe, and then so technically, and it's on the agenda.
No,
So
Mr. Speaker, can I speak? Because
excuse me, Secretary, I'm deeming this of order. It's not out of order, and that's the last we're going to talk about this being out of order. Thank you very much. Any other questions on this before we put it to a vote? Seeing none, if we can get a poll up, please. No. Mr. Friesen, your hand's up. We're going to the vote, so
yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment on strategic plan. In the last term in 2021, we did do that, and I believe it's still viable.
yeah, we're going to the vote, so we just got to stop conversation on this now. Sorry.
No.
All right, please vote. Okay, thank you. Motion has been carried. Now we're going to go to 7.2.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I would like it recorded that I voted against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so recorded. Yes, Secretary Hansen?
I would like it recorded also that I vote against it, and because of going against our policies, I would like that recorded.
Okay. Yeah, so recorded. Thank you very
We
much.
have no strategic plan.
Yeah, thank you. All right, advancing a regional needs assessment and prioritization of the Regions Act. Whereas the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, MNS, recognizes the distinctiveness of Métis identity, culture, values, and language, inclusive of knowledge keepers, Katayak, Le Vieux Monde, the old ones or elders, youth, women, and distinctive resources, which is incorporated into proposals and decisions of the Provincial Métis Council, PMC. Whereas elected leaders require dedicated administrative and operational support to fulfill governance responsibilities effectively and serve citizens with excellence. Whereas MNS has experienced significant growth in the number of citizens and governance responsibilities, increasing the complexity of service delivery, accountability, and community engagement. Whereas this growth has placed additional demands on regional representatives and their offices, creating financial strain and operational challenges with no available internal funding to offset these pressures. Whereas regional administrative staff are generally funded through regional capacity allocations. Whereas a responsible whole of government approach is required to ensure consistent, efficient processes across regional offices, eliminate service gaps, and strengthen MNS's governance capacity. Whereas, you went too high. Whereas fiscal financing, negotiations, and treaty implementation must be informed by evidence-based assessments of regional needs, including infrastructure, staffing, and operational supports, to define the true cost of effective self-government. And whereas a comprehensive regional office needs assessment is essential to map functions, analyze requirements, and ensure regions are prepared to operate and govern confidently under a clear mandate, including during treaty implementation. Therefore, be it resolved that the PMC directs the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, in collaboration with the Finance Committee and regional representatives, to conduct a regional needs assessment to identify operational needs and required supports for regional offices, including office space, staffing, and administrative resources to enable effective regional operations within the MNS government. Further, be it resolved that the PMC prioritizes the continued development of the Regions Act, informed by the Regional Needs Assessment, to clarify regional roles and responsibilities and ensure alignment with MNS's governance objectives. Further, be it resolved that the PMC directs the CEO to provide a work plan detailing budget, timeline, and proposed approach to the regional needs assessment up to the PMC in 6 months. Dated this 20th day of January 2026, moved by Minister Beverly Fullerton, Western Region 2A, seconded by Minister Brendan Morasti, Northern Region 3. Minister Fullerton, still so moved.
I still so move. However, there is a correction that was discussed yesterday that was supposed to be changed, that the assessment be presented back to PMC in 3 months.
Instead of 6?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I would like to speak to this after my colleague shares if he's still seconding.
Yeah, Minister Morasti, still so second.
I still so second, Mr. Chair, and I would like to say a couple words. Thank you, or a few.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the minister who moved it first, and then I'm going to go to Secretary or Treasurer Denemy, then to Minister Morasti. So, Minister Fullerton.
Thank you, Chair. So this resolution is to get the work back going where we come back, we hear a lot about the Locals Commission failed in delivering what was requested of that role to do and the work that was to be completed. What we're finding in the regions, we are not, I don't want to say struggling, but we do need more supports, and we need to be looking at what the capacity looks like and the resources and the supports that the region has for the locals. So this is just putting in the direction to get this work started again, that it is a priority. I know as we're building our government, we've had different levels that we've needed to strengthen, and now we need to focus on strengthening the regions in order to support the locals. And so I do ask, folks to be in support of this. This is needed, and we need to get it initiated sooner rather than later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Treasurer Denemy.
Am I on?
You're on.
Okay, I would, I agree with this resolution with some modifications, or I guess some friendly amendments. But in speaking to it, I think that we need to, just hold on here, get some feedback. Change our I guess, prioritize, like if we say we're serving our communities, and then, our spending, I think, and staffing need to reflect that. And so, right now, as you're all aware, that there's, approximately half or less than of our locals that have the capacity that are applying for our Métis Nation Saskatchewan grants and programs that are available. And so I would start with that's not a local failure, it's a capacity failure. And so many locals don't have the administrative support, the guidance, the follow through needed. And the support is supposed to come from a properly resourced regional office. And so if we want locals to access programs and deliver services, which directly attributes to our underspending on our various analysis, and meet, deliver services, meet compliance requirements, regions, must have the staff to support them consistently, professionally, and, year round and permanent. So, and that could mean, funding them to have as an interim measure, because we know that they need it, regional office manager, in every region, or, and also including fair compensation, parity, including benefits and RSP plans that are comparable to our M&S staff. So the regions can recruit and retain, the best staff for them. And so, and if we're talking about assessments, obviously we need to include locals if we're talking about fiscal financing agreements and whatnot. So I guess most importantly, building community capacity, means building community jobs. And so when we fund the regional support position and local capacity, we're creating real employment, mentorship for those locals, and real capacity in our communities. And so I have a few, friendly amendments. One being that an interim budget review and recommendation is provided to the Provincial Métis Council at the next regular scheduled PMC meeting, including options for supports to regions to enhance regional administrative capacity before the end of as soon as possible, or where feasible, I guess. And then the broader assessment and analysis directed by the resolution shall continue and be completed within 3 months with a final report and recommendations presented to the Provincial Métis Council, no later than May 24th, 2026. And then the second one would be inclusive of, so in addition to the regional assessment and budget analysis, I guess that in collaboration with Finance Committee, Minister of Finance, Provincial Métis Council, shall undertake an assessment of the development and implementation of a executive branch to better support the Provincial Métis Council, including a proposed mandate, functions, and relationship to PMC. B, required staffing and administrative supports. C, obviously budgetary implications and sustainability plan. D, implementation options and timelines. And so be it further resolved, I guess, that the executive branch assessment shall be reported to the PMC on the same schedule as the interim and final reporting set out in this resolution.
Thank you for that, Secretary or Treasurer. Minister Fullerton, you made the move. You motioned this.
Yes, I'm just trying to hear the exact. I accept that. Was
Okay.
trying to communicate with the seconder on those friendly amendments.
Okay, and just there is a locals needs assessment happening at the same time here already. So I think you're trying to wrap too much stuff into this, and I think Minister Friesen, do you want to speak?
It's not a part of my. Oh, can I? Sorry, John, but that was just me speaking to the resolution in general. But my actual friendly amendments are just in regards to the what they are. Like I can send over the specific wording. I'm not sure how I'd get it to you. I can maybe just email the specific wording so they can actually review it so there's no miscommunication.
Then
Is that?
Well, how many points
If
did you
there-
have to make there,
There's just basically there's the 1 point of the interim budget review and recommendations to the PMC brought to the PMC on February 24th. And then obviously the 3 months, that's good. And then the one in regards to the executive branch to better support the provincial Métis Council. And what that makes up, I just itemized it, proposed mandate functions, but like really it's a
it's just confusing because it's adding so much onto the resolution.
well, there's only two things, executive branch and
So Secretary, just say those two things very concisely. Or sorry,
Okay.
Treasurer. Very
Yeah.
concisely,
So-
what are the two things?
interim budget review brought
Budget
to the
of
next. What's that?
Budget of what? What budget?
Review, like 2026, 27 budget.
Mhm.
Someone mute the children there, please. Okay, sorry again, Treasurer.
Review and recommendations to the provincial to be brought to the Provincial Métis Council at the next PMC meeting, February 24th.
Okay,
That's
so
one.
so your mic had cut out there or something.
Okay,
Okay, the two concise.
yes.
friendly amendments you're asking.
Interim budget review and recommendations brought back to the Provincial Métis Council at the next regular scheduled meeting on February 24th, which will be in person, including options for financial supports to regions to enhance regional administrative staffing capacity. That's the one.
Okay. And the second?
An assessment of the development and implementation of an executive branch to better support the Provincial Métis Council. Proposed mandate, these are things that we would do inside of that. In the assessment, it would do that. It would propose mandate and it'd be inclusive of the Provincial Métis Council in determining that. I'm just outlining some things, that would be brought up, like proposed mandate functions and reporting relationships to PMC, like the staff, and then required staffing and administrative support, so quantifying it, and then what are the budget implications, and the sustainability, and then implementation options and timelines. But really, it's just to start that conversation about the development and implementation of the executive branch. So we can shorten it to that. Those two things.
Yeah, that has constitutional implications there, Treasurer. So that would be.
Well, it's the supports. It's the supports. You know, maybe I'm using the wrong wording, executive branch, but I'm saying the supports for the Provincial Métis Council itself.
Okay, I'm going to go to Minister Fullerton. Are you okay with any sort of friendly amendments to this if they're proper?
So I'm understanding that it's just assessments and then, you know, an internal review, come back to PMC. We're not asking for any financial, there's no financial asks a part of this. They are just assessments. And so I am in favor of the friendly amendments.
Could you just repeat? Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry. My understanding is that these friendly amendments are a part of just an assessment. So we're asking for an internal assessment to be brought back to us on what these look like. And so I'm in favor of the friendly amendments. If they are requested to come back, what does this budget review assessment look like for if there's dollars to access to support the regions before the end of this fiscal? If it's a yay, if it's a nay, that'll be a part of the assessment. And then this assessment, you know, continues on with the 3 months to, you know, support the IFFA. And then the executive branch, that too,
So-
that's just an assessment.
Yeah, you're, okay, just give us a second here because all of a sudden you're expanding hugely the scope
Right.
of what this is supposed to do.
So would it just be easier if we can remove the executive branch
Just
in this
hold on a second.
resolution?
Just hold on a second. Yeah, okay, Matt's gonna speak to this here real quick.
Yeah, just real quick. So it does sound like you know, like a fairly large expansion of scope, but I did want to point out as well that we are in the interim fiscal financing agreement negotiation process with Canada. That process is occurring throughout 2026 with the goal of kind of having that negotiation completed in 2027. It's a process that's happening with other Métis governments across Canada. We're all kind of negotiating at the same time. A lot of these assessments and kind of this whole of government approach of assessing where we're at is actually part of that process. And so that's built in to the FFA negotiation, fiscal financing agreement negotiation. And so with that comes, you know, some resources from Canada to do this work, but we're not quite at the point where we know what our next fiscal looks like because so a lot of these assessments are great, but we do need external consulting support to do a lot of this work as well because it's quite a big job and we don't have quite enough you know, economists internally to do some of this. So I guess what I'm wondering is, you know, is there urgency to getting this resolution through today, or is there an opportunity for us to, you know, go back, figure out what resources we have coming with Canada, have a little bit more conversation on what's possible, and then come back with this at the next meeting? That would be just a question that I would have for the mover and seconder, because the scope is expanding a lot in the discussion here.
May I speak to this, Chair?
Yes, Minister Fullerton.
Thank you for that, Matt. And so this is just to get that ball rolling to better support the work that you're doing on that end. So if I can thank you, Treasurer, for your suggestion of friendly amendments. However, in order to just get this work started, I am scaling back and would like this resolution to proceed as is, with that, with respecting the timeline that is in place.
Thank you, Minister Fullerton. Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to what's been said about the internal fiscal finance agreement, the IFFA, and we're in process with IFFA, in my opinion, the resolution should reflect that, or it be presented again at a different time, because we're never going to make the 3-month timeline realistically in concert with our IFFA negotiations. So in my opinion, I think the resolution is premature because we're already doing this with the IFFA. So I would request that the mover and seconder revisit and have those conversations with your colleagues that are familiar with the IFFA process and what we are currently negotiating. Thank you.
Thanks for the insight there, Mr. Friesen. So back to Minister Fullerton and Muraski. Are you okay with going back to the 6 months to, as Minister Friesen says, release some of that pressure?
Thank you. And I respect that I may not be as informed or aware of the process, but I would like to move forward with the resolution as is, as long as the seconder is still in support.
Thank you. Minister Muraski?
Yes, I am in support as is.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Hansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just making a note here for myself. I would just like to remind everyone that we just recently come out of a MNLA, and we had some constitutional reform brought forward to the MNLA, and they weren't in favor. I believe that this resolution is going against our Constitution, and from what I understand is it's a regional act. And the regional act was passed by the PMC. However, the regional act was not passed by the MNLA. The MNLA is our governing body. And
yeah, Secretary Hansen, this is not against the Constitution. This is just asking to do
yeah, but they're talking about a regional act here.
It's doing a needs assessment. It's not about the act.
Yeah, I understand
the needs.
But we're still talking specifically to a regional act that was not passed by the MNLA. If I'm right, is that
we're not speaking to the regional act that wasn't passed.
Isn't it
we're
called
speaking to a needs assessment to identify operational needs and required supports, including office space, staffing, and administrative resources. This is the scope of what they're asking to do. There's no constitutional stuff. It's not referring to anything in the Constitution. This is strictly to do an assessment of the needs so that when they go to the fiscal financing thing, they have the ammunition per se to say this is what it needs and what it takes to run these regional offices.
What's the title of the resolution? I don't have it. I'm just trying to,
Scroll up, please.
yeah. Advancing a regional needs assessment and prioritization for, of the Regions Act. That's what I'm speaking to. The Regions Act was passed by the PMC. It's not passed by the MNLA. But regardless of what, if I'm saying it has to go there because our people weren't consulted with the Regional Act either.
But point of order, can I make a
no,
point of
I'm
order?
just-
Yes, and they were consulted with the Regional Act.
No,
Secretary.
they weren't. I was at the regional level and the Locals Act wasn't. It wasn't.
Vice President
And-
Leclerc, your point of order?
Yeah, there was no passage of the Regionals Act at the PMC ever.
Okay.
We were still in consultation with community. I think what Minister Fullerton's intention, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to bolster that act, which hasn't been passed by anyone. It's still in consultation. It'll give the information, I think, Bev, am I right? That you're seeking is something to bolster that act, to take back into the community, to say, this is what we've looked at. It does a couple of different things. This is what we've been able to determine through an assessment. And obviously there needs to be parity in the community, and we talk about that all the time, but we never do it. So this is to bolster that. The other thing it's going to do is it's going to inform the FFIA negotiations in terms of being able to say, look, we've done this assessment throughout Saskatchewan amongst our people. This is the amount of money or capacity we need to run a good, solid government for those 50, 80,000 people. The act was never, ever passed. It was something that people were consulting about, will continue to consult on, will continue to consult on the Locals Act. This is a piece to help inform, I think. Now, Minister Fullerton, correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Vice President. That is correct in everything that you said. We need to have
Why is this being?
a way to align what our ask is with solid information. Instead of just saying we need this, we need to be backing up these asks.
So can I ask Michelle a question?
No.
I just need clarification on the act.
It's been clarified and the act hasn't been passed.
But she said it hasn't been passed.
That's right.
Okay, so I'm asking if it hasn't been passed, but we're still using it. So how does that fit in?
They're not using it.
We're not using it. It's not there. So
That's right.
why is it in the motion then?
It's saying to bolster it, to work towards it. They're mentioning it because they need this capacity study to bolster that act so that when it's passed properly and it's properly funded. That's where we're at. Okay?
That's
Good.
fair.
Yeah. LFM Interim President Langen.
Thank you. I am in favor of this. I just have one question, John. You had mentioned about the locals review. Is that going on right now in any of the regions, or does it going to be happening?
Okay. Yeah, we got an answer here for you.
Thank you.
Dorothy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the locals needs assessment has actually been started in the fall in terms of some of the preliminary work and further and through other, instruments that have been used via direct interviews and meetings with local presidents. But also a survey. So it's started. It's not complete, President Langen, but it's started, and we'll give you an update. I think in the probably the March PMC meeting on the status of the information we've collected there. So that it's ongoing. So if there's an opportunity for locals to participate, there's ample time for that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Just this one, excuse me, Chair. One more question for Dorothy. So, how many regions started this so far? Just wondering.
That I can't answer at the moment because I would have to go to our Director of Planning and Priorities to actually get the status on that. But we can certainly provide that for you, President.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Treasurer Denemy.
Okay. I guess I would like to call question. Thank you.
Okay. Question's been called. All right. We have to vote. It's been called. Okay, we'll pull up the poll. And so passed. Thank you very much. We'll do the next resolution is 7.
I would just like to make note of I voted against, and I'd like it recorded on the reason why.
Thank you. Yep, need the reason why.
I'd like it to be recorded there, Mr. Chair. I have that right.
Yeah, and it's recorded that you voted against.
Yeah, but I want to say why.
Well, then everybody would want the opportunity to explain why they voted for or against it.
And that should be followed.
I think we heard during the conversation why perhaps you're against it. So we're going to move on to the next motion, which is the Maxi appointment 7.3. And this will take us up to our health break. Métis Addictions Council of Saskatchewan appointment, whereas the Métis Nation Saskatchewan MNS recognizes the distinctiveness of Métis identity, culture, values, and language, inclusive of knowledge keepers, Katayak, Le Vieux Monde, the old ones or elders, youth, women, and distinctive resources, which is incorporated into proposals and decisions of the Provincial Métis Council, PMC. Whereas the Métis Addictions Council of Saskatchewan, MAXI, is an affiliate of the MNS, and the PMC has the authority to approve by resolution the appointment of members to the MAXI Board of Directors, the board. Whereas MAXI has identified a list of qualified candidates to fill vacant board positions through a call for nominations, and whereas the MNS Minister of Health and Mental Health and Addictions has approved Jesse Bitts and Kelly Link as candidates for the board. Therefore, be it resolved that the PMC approves the appointments of Jesse Bitts and Kelly Link to the MAXI board for a 3-year term, beginning on January 20, 2026 and ending on January 20, 2029. Dated this 20th day of January 2026, moved by Minister Beverly Fullerton, Western Region 2A, seconded by Minister Billy Kennedy, Western Region 1A. Minister Fullerton, still so moved.
I do, Chair, and I would like to speak quickly to it after.
Thank you. Minister Kennedy, still so second.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Minister Fullerton, table's yours.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, as coming into the Minister of Health, Mental Health and Addictions, I automatically assumed the board chair position of MAXI, and we've been working very diligently with the small but mighty board we have and in support of, the organization, especially seeing the rise in overdoses and the need to have spaces for our people seeking spaces for, to deal with their addictions. And so speaking with, with the current board and within the bylaws and with the Ministry of Health at the province level, currently we need to have quorum. We need to be filling these seats. And so we did put a call out. We do have 2 folks that step forward. I don't know what best practice is, Chair, when we're bringing forward, the 2 folks in this specific situation. Am I reading out their letter of intents to my colleagues and to folks listening in?
So, Minister, if you could just highlight some of the skills they bring to the board. You don't have to go too deep in detail because. Okay.
Thank you. So one of the, Kelly Linky is well known in the community, is very adversed in her governance structure, understanding bylaws, very organized with, keeping minutes together, and, just has a lot of understanding for our vulnerable population and especially those with addictions. And so having her expertise at the table to help strengthen the bylaws, strengthen, Maxi moving forward and how that looks within their strat planning, I feel she is an asset. Jesse Bitts also brings a lot of, knowledge. As we're looking for diverse folks to sit at the Maxi board table, he also has lived experience, but his involvement in community is outstanding. He works with men in recovery. He sees the real realities that are happening every day in community. And so having that diverse folks at around the table, I think it's imperative as we move this forward and as we start looking at the way, how treatment is being shifted. We're dealing with the Compassionate Intervention Act. We're dealing with the overrepresentation of our folks in prison that could possibly just be, better supported through treatment. And so for myself, making sure that we have a board that is fully supportive and, making sure that our people are at the first of all of our decisions and making sure that they're taken care of, making sure that we have a strong board is imperative in these decisions. And so I do want to speak to, there are a few things that we are dealing with within the who sits at the chair or at the board. And right now, as it stands, it is only one MNS representative to be at the Maxi board, and that is also a part of the agreement under the Ministry of Health. Minister Friesen was interim to help me transition into that space, and so that's up for more discussion at a later time. But also just to share with everyone here that our call out for board members is going to be open for another 3 months. We do have 1 to 2 more seats that we would like to fill. But at this time, in order to move forward the work that needs to be done and to make sure that we have quorum, these 2 candidates, I think, are very fitting. And they were also approved through a motion through the board, Maxi board, at our last meeting.
Thank you, Minister Fullerton. Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Minister Fullerton, for the update. Just to add on to process, Maxi does have a nomination package for transparency. And they also have within their governance structure a governance selection committee that does review potential nominations. And those nominees are presented to the board under the direction of the governance committee with Maxi. And then the nominations that are approved by the board are brought to the PMC. And also after the PMC approves, then those nominations or nominees become interim, as Minister has suggested. And then they are approved finally by the Ministry of Health, who is the funding partner. So the ownership of this is, of course, with the Maxi board, but of course, complying with the Constitution here and the affiliate with Maxi. It's brought to the PMC for consideration.
Thank you, Minister. Vice President Leclerc.
Yeah, I know both these people personally. can't say enough about the good work that they've done in the community. 100% support the choice of both Jesse and Kelly. Just will support this motion.
Thank you, Vice President. Seeing no more comments or hands up, we will now go to the vote to ratify Ms. Linky and Mr. Pitts as the Maxi board members. All right, so passed. Thank you very much. So now we're going to take a break, our health break here. And then we will reconvene at 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, just before we take a break, can I speak?
What can we do for you, Secretary?
I believe that the chair's job is to facilitate and bring balance and not interfere. And you were out of order and you only owe me an apology.
I'll take that under advisement, Secretary, but I'm not going to apologize for doing my job and to try to keep us on track. So that's how you interpret it. I interpret it different. And we just got to stick to the rules and stick to speaking to the motions at hand.
I agree with the rules, but also you've been interfering, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a break, folks, till 5 after. We'll take a short 10 because we have a pretty heavy bit we got to get through here yet. So 5 after. Okay, thank you, folks. Welcome back to the PMC meeting, January 20th, 2026. And I just want to speak to the comments that were made before the break. According to the PMC meeting rules and procedures, Rule 24.1, the chair shall preserve order and decorum in the meeting. Rule 25, members must receive recognition by the chair to speak and must speak to the merits of the motion under discussion. Inappropriate actions include interrupting other members except to raise a point of order or call attention to a lack of quorum, reflect on the conduct of the chair, and persist in irrelevance or tedious repetition, either by their own arguments or of the arguments used by other members. And then it says, Rule 29, in the case of disorder, the chair may, after providing 2 warnings, suspend for the remainder of the day any member who persistently disregards the chair's authority to preserve that order and decorum. So thank you. We'll now go to Youth President Frerichs for her work plan update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the Provincial Métis Youth Council, we are in an emergent issue right now with our capacity funds. And the capacity funds, 1 second. Could you put your phone? Thank you. I can just hear feedback. And we're at risk of not receiving our capacity dollars, and that puts us at risks about not having it fully utilized this year, and that will directly impact youth programming engagement and our ability to build capacity within youth in the province. With the previous council, the previous youth council, they didn't have a full comprehensive annual budget. Youth initiatives were often pieced together or approved incrementally. But despite that, a clear precedent has existed that the Provincial Métis Council approves the overall funding allocation to the Provincial Métis Youth Council. That amount is ratified by the MNLA, and then the PMYC is responsible for developing, approving, and overseeing its own detailed budget and work plan within that allocation. And this is where I got this information from having conversations with the finance team as soon as I was elected. And I think I had my meeting with finance September 10th to understand how we can use our capacity dollars and just going forward and just figuring out with our council, because I didn't have really a governance background. So I'm talking with the council and figure out what we are going to have for our initiatives. What do we want for our strategic planning and our priorities? So it took us a while to come up with a budget that we all agreed upon and that we were happy with. And then we were told to send that forward to our administration, to our CEO for approval. And then we should be receiving the funds and then are able to start our initiatives. Now being told that this has to come to PMC for approval. So that's what I'm trying to do, right? So I'm trying to take it to PMC and to show them what our budget is and what our work plan is to be, so then we can get our capacity dollars. Just because the PMYC have quite a few provincial initiatives that we would like to get done before the end of the fiscal, and we have 70 days to do that. So we're really wanting this to get going through and to hear feedback from the Provincial Métis Council. So I did send in the PMYC budget and the work plan. If someone could pull that up, please, that would be very appreciative.
Okay, just give us a second here, Youth Pres.
Yep.
There you go. Almost. There you go.
Awesome. Okay, so this is our budget. So right now we only have 7 council members out of the possible 24, and then including me, so 8. And then we're hopefully going to have our 24 members. Ooh, nope, this is the old budget. We have updated our budget on January 15th. This is the old one. Just because we didn't receive approval, we then had to change gears and then have things just more compressed due to having less time. So this is not the correct PMYC budget.
I believe Dorothy's going to address this. Excuse me. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Thank you, Chair. This is the latest draft that we received, Madam President. So unless we receive a different copy, this is all we have in our files.
Okay, I did send out a full PMC email yesterday with the budget and with the work plan. And I had members of the PMC respond to that. So it should have gone through, and the CEO was CC'd in that.
Our team was not copied on that. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying, because we're the unit that manages all the documents for PMC. So if we didn't receive them, we're unable to screen share, unless you want to forward those to myself and Heather, please.
Yeah, I can do that, unless if you'd like for me to screen share either or.
No, we will screen share. Just send them to us, please.
Okay, I can do that right now. And that would be just to yourself?
I asked to myself and Heather, please.
Okay, I can do that. Okay.
If I may, Chair, just jump in here. I did not
Yes, please,
receive.
Minister.
Pardon?
Yes,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
With all due respect, President Frericks, I didn't receive that email either.
Yeah,
Any
you
revision?
responded. You responded to it, and then you had the suggestions made.
Okay, that was on the original. That was on the original one.
Nope, that was with just the newly attached PMYC budget and PMYC work plan. If you didn't have that before, you would have never had the work plan, because the work plan was only attached in the email that I sent yesterday.
The work plan, just trying to get the information straight here. The work plan?
Work
was
plan
attached
and then
to
the updated budget. Yes.
email?
It's in that email. Yes. They look very similar.
In the email string. Okay.
Yeah.
Youth President, have you sent it to Heather yet?
I have. Yep.
Which doc first?
Which document do you want up first?
We can do the PMYC budget 2025, 2026, please. Yes, thank you. Okay. So we can go through, we can see what was spent before election. So before my council and I took our seats, and those are the allocations that were spent. Like I said, it wasn't a full comprehensive budget. Things were just approved bit by bit. And then if you could scroll down, please. Okay, and then we go into our total budget of our capacity dollars of $160,000. And then we have our council honorariums. And this was coming from the previous PMYC resolution of $100 per honorarium per council member. And so just doing our math of 6,600. And then we had $1,900 before from the meetings before the 2025 PMYC election. Then we are wanting to have our provincial youth gathering, so of the PMYC team. So hopefully after the by-election, we will have our full council of 24 members. And this will be our in-person council meeting. And this is where we will be able to do some of those provincial initiatives, such as the SASH, and you'll see, and number 3, the SASH initiative, the PMYC logo development, and all of that. So, and then just having elders be there to guide us through. So we approximated with honorarium and travel and all that, it'd be about $60,000. And then the province-wide initiatives, this is the exciting part. So yeah, to have a provincial youth sash developed by the PMYC and helped created with elders, I think that'd be a fabulous thing. And then also our PMYC logo, just because we see other nations across Canada with their youth, and they have their logo. It's a sense of identity and pride, and we are wanting to have a provincial initiative and a contest to get some engagement going, just because we're lacking engagement right now. So just trying to come up with things that can engage the whole province equitably instead of just focusing on certain regions. Another one that we're very excited about is the Be Strong Provincial Youth Refund Grant. We know that with our younger populations, there is a huge need of supports for mental health and wellness. And we've seen before that there's these refund grants for sports for little ones, like the Let's Play program, and they are very well utilized. But then when it comes to the older youth, we are just because of funding dollars and just there's nothing really out there for us, we wanted to have something else that we could support mental health and wellness. And it would be a $250, possible of $250 being refunded to youth citizen upon them providing receipts of buying something. And we'll have, of course, our outlines for this, but for something that promotes mental health and wellness, and that can include anything that connects you to identity, language, culture, and values, things that we really find that speak to us. And then we would want to open it up from the ages of 13 to 30, due to the fact that we've listened to quite a lot of youth across the province and hearing that large need of closing that gap in resources right now from that 13 to 16. So hearing them loud and clear, and we are wanting to open this up. And yes, we know it's not a whole lot of money, but it would get more people engaged in understanding what the PMYC is trying to do. And then we can go down, please. And then elders and cultural support. In our meetings, we would like to have our elders be present with us. We find that very important, and making sure we are honoring them and providing protocol. That's a very large thing for us. I know that Minister Friesen did in one of her recommendations of the $300 is not correct. It should be $250, so that can be changed so it aligns with M&S procedure before. But that was the one recommendation. And then there's the administration and relationship building for myself. Being able to, for meeting with people, trying to get connected. I've been spending money out of my personal funds and able to do this to go and meet with youth, talk with them, get them excited. Because right now I don't have access to these funds. So, and there is a need, because we as Métis, we know that we bond over meals and things like that. So, of course, getting them vetted by my council before getting refunded, but we found that very important. And then there's also that for the Provincial Métis Youth Council as well. So it shouldn't be just for the president, it should be for the council as a whole, so they can engage with youth in their regions and making sure that they are just expanding the range of the youth that are actually engaged. And then also getting technology for those regional reps. We've also heard from them, there was one of our regional reps spent money out of her own funds to buy herself an iPad, because she was like, I need this for the MNLA, I need this for our meetings, and we shouldn't be expecting our regional reps to do that. So that should be coming out of our funds as well. And then gifts for council members. This is another thing that Minister Friesen flagged, and we can change this because Minister Friesen said that technically this isn't typically done, and then this can actually just be turned into promotional content or like swag, so to say. And then our by-election. So that has been the majority of our focus as a council, is we understand that there is a need to have representation from all regions. And right now it's not equitable. We have 8 regions that are currently represented. And so we have heard about all the issues and boundaries that barriers that the youth experienced in this election. And so we have talked about it, I would say, every council meeting, and trying to figure out where to go forward. How are we going to make it easier for our youth to be engaged and them wanting to be engaged? That's the big thing. So talking with our chief electoral officer and how much was spent to date and so on, and understanding that there needed to be a larger advertisement budget. And like, that is how we came up with our number of $23,000 for the by-election. But yeah, that's about it. If you have any questions, we'd love to hear it. It took us a long time to get this budget into play, but it's because we did it with a lot of thought and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Youth President. Is there some questions for the President? I see Minister Murawski and then Minister Friesen. Minister Murawski.
Actually, I believe, Mr. Chair, Minister Friesen had her hand up before me.
Okay, Minister Friesen, then Minister Murawski.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, President Farks, for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions and some suggestions for your process. So, first question is: have you worked with the Director of Youth on your potential work plan here? Is this the work plan developed alongside the director? That's my first question. And the second question is this amount here. I know that you have itemized certain either purchases or events in your budget, which would be activities of your work plan. It's a little unclear as to what is remaining in your budget, President. Is this an updated remainder of what's left in the $160,000 capacity budget for the rest of the fiscal year? Or are you contemplating your new budget of $160,000? So that's that. My comments are, with all due respect, President, a by-election, I'm not quite certain if it's necessary until you have met with each regional director and defined what the process is identifying youth in the region. I understand that it's a youth election. However, the regions should be engaged as to what processes are currently exist in the region or any, and assist along with that process to identify youth representatives for the region. And visiting the regions and to see what the flavor is for youth engagement. I know we in Eastern Region 3, we promote youth engagement, and you're well aware of what we've done to do that, to encourage that, I should say. But that's just one region. I'm not certain what other regions do, but I would suggest that there be a transparent process and that you're visiting and working with each regional representative to ensure that there is capacity for that and a will by the regional council. So that would be a suggestion that I would offer to you. And your document here is a little unclear to me. I understand what you're proposing. If it could just be a little bit more defined, I'd appreciate that. And to reflect what currently is your budget. So if this is a proposal for new fiscal budget, I get that. But I want to know what's currently remaining in your existing budget.
Thank you so much for your comments and questions. I really appreciate it. So this is for the current fiscal year of 2025-2026. What has been spent today, up to today, is $16,635. So the remaining of our budget is $143,365. That is what we're asking for.
Okay, can I just ask then, if I may, Chair, sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
A follow-up question there, President. Where is it reflected the event that you had out at Batoche? Like, did that happen in the summertime or?
Yeah, so those provincial youth gatherings are actually sponsored by the youth department itself. It did not come out of the PMYC budget. That is all planned by
ELCC.
That is done through that youth director. It is not done by the council. They have asked for our input on activities and such, but no, it is not facilitated by PMYC. It is strictly through the youth department. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. There was another question that you had. It was what you said, if it was for the current fiscal, how much have we spent? What was your other one, Minister Friesen?
So the budget that's here, is this what you're anticipating for the new fiscal? For the new budget?
This is for using up the $160,000 of capacity funds that we're supposed to have every fiscal. This is our plan for the next 70 days. That is why it was an emergent issue, because we are wanting to get this done like yesterday. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. We'll have our budget for 2026, 2027 earlier for the next fiscal, of course. But we are wanting to spend the funds that were allocated to PMYC and use it for youth initiatives. That's the plan. And that's what we're asking for support for.
Just one more follow-up recommendation, yes, Chair.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you. President, if I can just ask that you submit your travel expenses as it can apply to this budget and it doesn't come out of your own pocket, that we can do that for you with finance and just retroactively. So submit your receipts and you'll get reimbursed for your travel expenses. And that should be, your travel should be considered within your budget, just like we have ministerial travel or regional travel. It just depends on what the purpose is of your travel. And if you're doing it for PMYC, then it should come out of your travel, your budget. Okay. And just one more thing on the creation or development of a logo. I would suggest that you work with our comms department on that, because that it has to be in alignment with our own criteria. So I would just suggest you work with them on that, and that would forego the costing out, the contracting out of that.
It wouldn't be a contract, it would be a province-wide initiative. It'd be a contest on youth artwork to come for the PMYC youth artists to create our own logo. And then we are going to take it to comms and being able to let them have the, just to be able to format it to make sure it falls in line with the M&S communication strategies and there.
So it's a contest.
Yeah.
And just so I'm following along your amounts here in,
Yep.
in the budget. So you're deducting the, just take number 2, for example, you're deducting the logo development 6,000 from the 60,000 to come up with 42.5. Like, I don't understand your budget template here.
Yeah. So no, if you see, there's a very faint line, and the PMYC logo development is with number 3 down below. There is a faint line between PMYC youth gathering. If we go a little bit up, please, little bit up. See, there's a line between PMYC provincial youth gathering line, and then that's a province initiative. Is the logo development. And that's the 42,500. It's for all of the province-wide initiatives. And
Okay.
then that's why it's okay, already spent for the initiatives is 16,006. And then we remaining for the end of the fiscal, like I showed what we had, what we've spent, and what's left.
Okay. I appreciate your intention, President. I really do. And if I can suggest that we would help you out with a more formalized budget template through the department, so that we can assist with managing and monitoring your budget, I offer that to you.
That'd be great. Yeah, I'm not a finance person. As you can tell, I'm an educator and I'm a connector. But yeah, that we would for sure take you up on that. Thank you so much.
That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister Muraski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a former youth executive myself, locally, provincially, and even nationally with the Friendship Centers, I'm very excited to see our new youth president at the table and doing the work with her colleagues across the province as young people, or in some cases, some regions, I should say. I know there's been an election done. Fully support that process. It's democratic. We need to continue that process. I don't think it's feasible to have another by-election here. I think the youth, my suggestion would be that we develop some type of youth structure through constitutional reform process. We hear the voices of the youth across the province by exciting the base, and just build processes and not force it onto anybody. I don't see where 24 youth fit at an MNLA or in this structure, but again, constitutional reform processes will help us get there. As a regional representative who walked into a budget that was already expended, I think it should be the same for everybody. But I fully support the youth, and I'm very proud to say I was able to witness the post-secondary funding released by our current president, Glenn McCollum, back in the day there. And now over 80-some million has been invested into students, into young people to get a post-secondary education. And our government continues to do great initiatives such as that and more. So I would say this work plan needs a little bit more work with our colleagues, such as the regional representatives. I know for a fact that I haven't been reached out to or talked to about this work with our council, or even an opportunity with our youth representative, but willing and ready to do that work with you and support you on that. But again, I would say to spend 160,000 in 3 months is fiscally irresponsible. I think that's rushed. I think we have to do something better there. That's not right, especially for our young people. So I say those comments. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Interim President Langen.
Thank you. Well, my personal opinion on them is that you are doing a great job. I just have 2 questions for you. The first question is, when you're talking by-election, are you talking province-wide? Are you talking for just the regions that didn't have any reps elected? First question. Second question, is there a reason why you haven't gotten, are you just now submitting your budget? Why you haven't gotten the full $160,000 capacity for this year's funding? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can answer.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the by-election, for your first question, the by-election would be to fill the seats that were not filled in the first 2025 PMYC election. And then I've heard, and then Minister Morasti, I completely understand with where you're coming from as well, about not doing the by-election, but I am taking direction from my council. And they said, if we are just appointing, if we are just doing that, it gets rid of the validity of the council. And I understand where you're coming from. And that's kind of where my thoughts were at too. But then hearing from my council themselves and said, no, we want it to be an election. It gives us more validity. People will understand that we are elected to do this job and not just handpicked. So that was a concern of that. So yes, the by-election would be done in 9 regions. Yes, 8 are completely empty. And then Northern Region 3 only has 1 representative at the moment, and when there could be 2. So that would be that. And then you were talking about why is the budget just coming in now? So the budget, we did send in one for December. And we as a council, we made the decision that, okay, we are few but mighty, and we're going to try to get as many regional initiatives out. And we sent it in for basically confirmation of the funds being allocated to us, and we didn't hear back until January 8th. So, and then we heard back, hey, no, this has to go to PMC for approval. And we said, okay, well, now we have 1 month less. So now we are going to have to change our direction. Things can't be delivered regionally, because it will be unequitable for like trying to get $143,000 out the door through workshops and stuff like that. So this is why we've taken this approach. And that's why we have this new budget. But yes, it did take us some time, because we had to find out, okay, is the by-election going to have to be coming out of the PMYC capacity budget, or was that going to come out of PMC governance? Like, there was a lot of conversations that we had to have with finance, and we've had conversations with policy regarding the by-election planning. So it's been a lot of piecing together in order to come up with a full annual budget. So yeah, apologize for it being so late, but it took a lot of time and understanding where things were at.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as well, I understand that you did get this budget approved by your council that you have in place right now. So I know all regions have to, when they're submitting a budget like that, it needs to be like all the regions, they need to get their budget approved by their regional council as well. So I was very happy to hear that you have done that, and just keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Treasurer Denemy.
I guess that, I do speak in favor of the PMYC, and I guess I'll speak to, my role at the PMC, and I hope that others feel the same way, that we should be supporting and empowering the youth, and not, essentially putting up more barriers, because time is of the essence. Essentially, their budget is going to get cut, because they won't be able to roll it out. So if we put it, further out, when are we going to get back to it? February 24th. Now they got 40 days. So, in our role, I believe, is to provide guidance, mentorship, the resources, and timely decisions so that they can deliver for the Métis youth across the province. And so, with only 70 days left in this fiscal window for them to implement their work plan, delays aren't just going to slow this down. They're going to derail the plan entirely. And so, and I've not seen, other regions, work plans and capacity budgets brought forward for review in the same way. And I don't think that they should. I think that they should have some autonomy to that. And obviously there's accountability and whatnot in place with the finance agreement when they sign it. but youth should not be held to a higher standard or forced, through extra steps that maybe others aren't. And so for me, I guess I would close with saying that if we believe in, youth leadership, we need to prove it with action today. Removing bottlenecks, approving supports quickly and giving them the capacity to succeed. And so, I guess I'd say that let's be the council that says, we got your back, what you need, we'll support you, and move them on their way. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Secretary Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo a lot of what Treasurer just indicated on supporting, mentoring, and encouraging, and not holding back. It was mentioned earlier here to, for us as colleagues to be going to one another for direction if we have questions. And it sounds like the budget was reviewed, but there was no suggestions to offer templates and stuff there, when that would have been really important for the youth. I also want to mention what happens with the regions. Do they have to come back every time there's a change? Because I've never seen any. And if this, we should be holding and encouraging, and I apologize to Rachel, she's doing to the youth president, she's doing a great job. She has a powerful voice for the youth, and, directing them and mentoring them. So, getting together with this plan and making it. And it was mentioned right at the beginning there, the director of youth. Maybe as PMC, we need to relook at our onboarding, because that's huge. It sounded like there was a disconnect there, with the director of the youth there, and there's two different budgets when she could be working alongside of her. So I just want to let her know that I support her, and it's not her fault that it's been held back for another month. And I totally supporting her with her great work. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary. Minister Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a couple of comments here. I guess the issue that Treasurer Denemy has raised and supported by Secretary Hansen is kind of incorrect. Regional councils approve their budgets, and regional councils operate according to regional council policies or the terms of the agreement for regional capacity. PMYC has a provincial mandate, not a regional mandate. So it's only fair that we understand what the work is going to be going forward for the Provincial Youth Council. I also support the president in the work that she's doing. It's not an easy role. Having a provincial mandate and only having how many representatives? My recommendation is to work alongside the regions to ensure that there is equitable representation for youth. It's not to hamstring you in any way. That's not our intention here. And the work plan, you have been forthcoming with it, and we're making recommendations as to improve your work plan so that your role is supported and the work that you're doing is supported by the regions. Because if you have that that support and that endorsement from the regional representatives, then that makes your role much more emphasized in the respective regions. We're not trying to discredit you. We're not trying to hamstring your work. And we're certainly not minimizing the work that you have done. That's not the intention here. The intention is to support you in the work that you're doing and to avoid any complications, to make it a smooth transition for your leadership and your council's leadership in the regions. That's the intention here. There's no hidden agenda as been suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So we have Vice President and Mr. Morasti, and then we're going to stop comments on this. And then afterwards, offline, Youth President Heiser, I recommend that you talk to Minister Friesen and Matt about how to start some action towards where you have said you want to be. Vice President Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, I think that, you know, it's more than past time that the youth, we trust the youth to do the work that they need to do. And I know the youth president has been working really hard to try and maneuver all of the politics around this in terms of talking with regional representatives, in terms of talking with her youth. And I have to really commend the work that she's done. And I agree with Jeremy, with Treasurer Denemy. It's got to start somewhere. And I think that the youth have been, to some extent, hamstringed, if that's the right word. And it's now time to allow them to actually, we say we respect the youth, we say we want them included in every aspect of what we do, and it's time to let them do that. And I'm not thinking, Minister Friesen, that in any way that's what you're trying to do. I do think, out of respect for the council, that Rachel is in contact with all of our regional directors, informing them of what the youth process is, maybe getting some advice, but it's the youth that are going to create the process that's going to work. You need to keep in touch with everyone, including the executive, to let them know this is where we're going. But I think it's the opportunity here is for the youth to move forward collectively with the Métis Nation Saskatchewan. I mean, they're not a separate entity. They're part of who we are. And so I just wanted to commend the Rachel for all of the work that her and her council have done. I hope to see a full council, a full complement soon. They've got as much to teach us as we've got to teach them. I mean, we're talking about Rachel's a youth, but she's also an educator. She's also a teacher. She knows what she's doing. So I just wanted to say those few words with my lisp. I'm getting my tooth fixed on Friday, by the way. Yeah, and I 100% support what you're doing, Rachel. I'm wondering, is there a motion on the floor? I'll ask Mr. Chair that. Is there a motion on?
There is no motion, but after this, she is going to be recommended to meet with the Minister of Finance, Minister Friesen, and Matt, and they have some ways to help her get going.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Rachel, a little piece of advice: stick to your plan. Stick with what your council is telling you, and take the advice, the sage advice of Matt and of Minister Friesen. So those are just my comments I wanted to make, and I'm certainly excited about how the youth are going to have such a tremendous, important impact on our board of directors. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Last comment from Minister Morasti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, our youth president, again, excited to see the work that's being done for youth in this province. As a former youth executive and advocate, of course, I support this work. And I must say that we are not creating a higher bar or standard for our young people. We are all welcoming and supporting with open arms. But based on our experience of hardship and process, we are sharing our expertise in governance and process so that mistakes aren't made and shortcuts aren't taken. Structural changes don't happen overnight. These are processes that need to be developed, especially in a setting of a government. And this administration has proven this over time, that engaging with our people in community is the way to go, because we see better outcomes and results because of it. We're inclusive of everyone, and that's our advice to you here today. Again, I commend you on the work that's been done to date. I don't think a by-election is necessary. I think you have a council that is willing and ready to work with you. And I think you all get together, continue to excite the base across the homeland, and let's see the next election have more youth at the table when that time comes. But for now, I say, again, we are not creating a higher standard or bar for you. We are here to support you. We are sharing our advice based on our experiences and expertise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your report, Youth President.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I was told that this has to be approved by the PMC in order for it to go forward. I have that in an email. It's stated, the work plan will have to go to PMC for approval. We'll get it in the agenda that was sent on January 8th at 5:22 p.m. It said it needed approval.
Minister
Where's the
Friesen.
resolution?
Minister Friesen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, President, for the reminder. I'm willing to work with the President under the advisement of Finance to ensure that her budget is transparent and that it is supported. So having said that, I'll support that. I'll support the work plan, President.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Richard Quintel.
Yes, from a governance perspective, part of the reason why I need to come to the PMC is because they're changing their governance structure from 12 reps to 24. So generally, when there's a structural change within our government, the PMC needs to approve it.
May I respond to that, please?
Yes.
There was always supposed to be 24. It's just that's the way it didn't work out. That was the previous plan from the past council and president, was to have the president plus 2 representatives from each region. So there was no change regarding structure. It's just levels of engagement we hope to change, but there was no change. Thank you.
Okay, Dorothy's going to speak to that, Youth President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think that was in discussion with the previous PMYC president, but it never did come to the PMC. So that's a proposal, and it still requires as the CEO said, just reported that it does require approval for that kind of a structural change, whether because that's a different model of representation that's being proposed that is different from what the current M&S model for regional representation. So that's further work to be done, I would assume.
If I may respond to that, but we are already currently have 2 representatives for 3 out of the 12 regions. So it would it's nothing new. The PM that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so just give us 1 minute, please.
It was
No,
suggested.
she would
So,
suggest
Mr.
that.
Friesen, did you say you'd support the work plan or, what did you say there earlier?
I will support the work plan under the advisement of Finance and Matt as suggested. And the resolution to have 2 representatives per region, 2 youth reps per region, I'm sorry, it was discussed, but it never was resolved. Like there was never a motion to the PMC to do that. So that is that's something that needs to be done prior to just saying that you're going to have 24 reps. It has to be, because it is a structural change, a significant one. We'll have to have a resolution to indicate that, and an approval by the Provincial Métis Council.
Mr.
And
Chair.
I think that's where the communication has kind of been fractured, because we did discuss it, but we never resolved it.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
President, yes.
This is something I've inherited as well. This wasn't like when I got elected, I wasn't picking if we were having 2 representatives from each region. So this is something I've inherited as well. And I thought it has been cleared with the PMC, but now knowing, yes, this is something that we will deal with coming up, because it is a structural change evidently that you guys are not aware of. So yeah, well, we will figure that out coming forward, but we're on the issue of if getting capacity funds. And of course, we are very much so willing to work with the Minister of Finance and our COO and our finance team, and we're looking forward to the help and support and guidance that they can provide us.
Okay, Youth President, can I make a suggestion? To deal with all this today is going to be virtually impossible because we have some other items that we have to take care of. When this meeting is done, if you were to meet up with with Matt Vermette and the Minister of Finance, then you can also start working on the motion to change your structure, because that's going to take work, and they can maybe get at it as soon as you can get it to them. I don't know what their workload is. And then this can come up again on February. But in the meantime, they can start those other balls rolling that were brought up about the work plan, getting the budget approved, et cetera, because we have to move on to the next item.
Okay, as long as I have the commitment that I can start spending funds with the help of the finance team and all of that, that we could put stuff into motion, I would be happy with that. If I have a commitment from the finance team that we are able to start things.
Okay, I'm gonna have to defer that to Matt and Minister Friesen.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, if I can just jump in. Let's commit to that, President. Commit to meeting in the next few days to go over that with you.
Okay, sounds, yeah, that's fine.
Excuse me, Chair. I had my hand up for quite a while and I have an important question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just wondering if she needs this motion, why can't we do it right now and approve her motion? Because time is essential for her to get her funding and to be able to use it within this fiscal year. So is it not possible that she can make this motion right now, here and then, and we can vote on it?
She has to make the motion to change the structure of the youth council. So you just don't off the desk that. So there will have to be thought put into it. They're going to have to drop a motion, check with the Constitution, policy. Like, it's not just a quick one-off.
I can drop the by-election in our capacity funds then. I've already discussed with my council that we can drop the by-election coming from the capacity dollars and it will be reallocated. We had a plan B. And so if that's what's holding us back right now, for us to move forward with a vote of approval, we are very much so ready to do that.
So Matt has said that they can make this, you're gonna have to talk to him offline. But he has said here, Matt, why don't you say it?
Oh, yeah, you bet. Yeah, so I think it's fairly easy, like the funds, the 160 is approved within the current fiscal year budget. So if you're willing to be flexible on the by-election piece, if that's the only concern, we can work with you on a contribution on getting the rest of the funds flowing so you can start doing the work, because there's 73 days left in this fiscal. So
Is that good for you, Youth Pres?
That is good with me. Thank you very much. I
Perfect.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to move now on to the distinction-based focus plan update with Minister Morasti and Billy Joe Nanamagan, the Director of Planning and Priorities.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the council would be okay if we table this item. Seeing it as the end of the day, there are 20 slides to go through, and obviously this is continued work that our council has done, but it will be presented as well with feedback given from the council at the next government day. So if our colleagues are okay with that, we can get into the finance update and registry. I see one.
I'm being told that this is a pretty important update.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, to those watching online and even those at the Métis Nation warehouse in Saskatoon. We say hello to you. Today, we're bringing forward a draft of the Métis Nation Saskatchewan Distinctions-Based Focus Plan. This plan is designed by and for our people. It is not a borrowed template or a Western standardized strategic plan. And I quote strategic plan, President McCollum. It is a Métis distinct direction that guides our government's actions according to our shared values, principles, and priorities. This plan will reflect who we are and how we govern, communal, holistic, and grounded in relationship. Think of it as a living compass for the health and wellness of our nation. As the needs of our citizens evolve, north, central, and south, this compass allows us to adjust course while keeping our guiding principles at the center of every decision. What we're going to see today is a product of listening. Over the past year, our team has engaged with citizens, elders, and leadership across gatherings like Back to Batoche, online surveys, and elders visiting sessions, one-on-one conversations with PMC members, and a focused 3-day distinctions-based planning session. Your voices shaped every section of this work. From that engagement, we set out guiding values and core principles, a clear vision with a mission, 5 focus areas with concrete priority actions, a practical process to monitor and evaluate progress, including tools co-developed with NRG so departments can align work plans and we can celebrate real results on the ground. Our vision, underlined twice, is simple and bold, self-determined, healthy, and thriving Métis communities led by our own priorities. Our mission is to align government action with that vision, consistently, transparently, and measurably. Today is our chance to walk through what's been done and the substance of the draft. At our upcoming Government Day, we'll take a deeper dive together and incorporate your feedback. Until then, folks, I ask you to listen with 2 lenses. Does this reflect our Métis way of governing, and will this move outcomes for our people? With that, thank you, elders, and each of you at the PMC for your guidance. Let's keep this a living document, practical in the short term, generational in its impact, and unmistakably Métis distinct. Now the floor is Billy Joe's, who will go over the slides. Thank you, team.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. All right. So thank you, Minister Morasti, for the introduction. To everyone listening to the PMC, I'm Billy Joe Nanamagan, the Director of Planning and Priorities in the Policy and Self-Determination Unit within the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, coming to you live from Pine House Lake, where I am with Minister Morasti. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the introduction to the Distinctions-Based Focus Plan.
So a lot of work has been done behind the scenes, initially starting in spring of 2025. A lot of engagement was done in collaboration with citizens, elders, and the 3-day planning session as mentioned by the minister. So what does the plan, what are the goals of the plan? We aim to provide strategic direction to the Métis Nation Saskatchewan that aligns with our, and I say our Métis distinct identity, culture, values, and language, because I am myself Métis as well. We set out 5 focus areas and the accompanying priorities that departments within the MNS can adapt and create their own work plans from. It's also accompanied by systems for monitoring the progress and implementation of the distinctions-based priorities. So the plan is currently in draft form, and today's presentation is for information only. And there will be an opportunity to provide feedback. So the PMC, if you have notes, comments, recommendations, we will be meeting again on the January 27th Government Day meeting. Slide, please. Okay, so again, just a high-level overview. The PMC has been briefed on this as well when we met in September. But we created an internal distinctions-based working group to consult on the process, and that was led by myself and worked along closely with the CEO, the COO, the Deputy Chief, Dorothy Mayo, representatives and my colleagues within PSD, and we work closely with the NRG internal consulting group at the nation as well. So we have also hired an external consultant and invited Métis guests to facilitate planning and to be a part of our session in September. We undertook and we heard from citizens throughout the development of this plan. In the process, we did in-person and online surveys. We were on the ground in Batoche interviewing citizens who were partaking in the festivities. We did extensive one-on-one interviews with the PMC to listen intently to their priorities for this term. We also hosted a visiting session with the elders that was held the day before the MNLA, and to listen to our elders who informed a lot of our guiding principles. And then we did have our 3-day session. We also collaborated intensively with NRG to draft a departmental work plan, templates, and tools that would have the ability to communicate with this plan. And that is to ensure that the work plans within the MNS are aligning to the PMC's vision and mission and priorities, and to ensure that we have a mechanism to monitor and report to the PMC and to citizens on a regular basis. So right now we have a draft preliminary distinctions-based focus plan report, and I am going to present to you the contents of that report in the next slide. Okay, so the draft vision statement that the PMC workshopped extensively is as follows. The Métis Nation Saskatchewan is a self-governing nation grounded in our distinct identity, culture, values, and language, committed to our community and to the exercise of our inherent rights. Now, I understand that this statement may require some more work, and we are totally welcome and open to that. And again, please take comprehensive notes and bring that feedback back to Government Day next week. The mission statement in draft form is, our government will act in harmony to protect and advance our traditional homeland, pride in Métis identity, and the inherent rights of citizens across the province, while engaging and connecting with those we serve. Okay. Next slide, please. So our core values and guiding principles. So these were again created and drafted through consultation with citizens and elders and the PMC. We did a discussion where we did the flower exercise. PMC will remember this from September. And we also used the feedback from citizens and elders to inform the guiding principles. So the guiding principles are meant to be viewed as the foundation in which we build our work. Now, we understand that there are some keywords that may not be reflected, but you know, in an ideal world, if we use our guiding principles as our moral compass within government and within the PMC, then we will see effective leadership, is what we were told by the leaders in PMC. So these guiding principles are the capacity, and you're going to have to forgive my Cree. I've been living in Pine House for 10 years and I'm still not there yet. But maybe Dorothy can come in and help me with this one. But capacity of knowledge is one of the guiding principles. Waguthuin, which is the laws of kinship. Manasituin, which is treating others with respect. Sagituin, which is love and compassion. Mio Yawin, which is mental, spiritual, physical, and emotional wellness. Our core values in draft form include inclusivity and diversity, integrity and transparency, resiliency and perseverance, strength, hard work, and action. Slide, please. So the 5 focus areas that have been identified, and again, these have been comprehensively identified through engagement with citizens, engagement with elders, and engagement with the PMC. And I want to highlight the two, the inner circle of the wheel and the outer circle of the wheel. So at the core of the focus areas and at the core of all things that we do within this government, we hold we hold at the highest, I'm not sure what the word I would say, but the most important being our identity, our distinct Métis identity, culture, language, and values as those sacred priorities. And then on the outer circle, we have key to ensuring that the 5 focus areas are delivered effectively and that they're done in a good way is through communication and citizen engagement. So ensuring that there's open lines of communication with citizens is core to seeing success in these focus areas. So the 5 focus areas include governance and self-determination, health, wellness, and safety, education and knowledge sharing, economic development and sovereignty, and land, environment, and sustainability. So these are the focus areas that will drive the priorities. And these are included in the focus areas, a set of priorities that provide further direction within these focus areas. And these priorities are not meant to give specific orders to ministries or departments, but overarching direction that ministries can incorporate into their own work planning and project development. So what we'll do now is I'll deep dive into each of the focus areas and share with you the priorities of this government. Next slide. So governance and self-determination. The text you see on the slide is directly from the report, and I'll provide a verbal summary from each focus area. So in governance and self-determination, this focus area emphasizes the MNS's work in protecting and advancing Métis rights. This includes expanding recognition of our Section 35 rights and our Métis jurisdiction, including over things like child and family services, improving governance capacity, and making MNS government more Métis distinct, especially through embedding elders in our governance practices. So this focus area is both how we govern ourselves and how we communicate to the outside world that we are a distinct, strong, and capable government. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Yes, next slide, sorry. So examples, back one. Can you go back? Sorry. One more. Thank you. So example action items. So when briefing Minister Moraste, he said, give me some tangible examples. And so what we've done is we've drawn from departmental reports that were submitted to the MNLA. So examples of what governance and self-determination might look like is the constitutional reform engagement and amending the MNS constitution. So this would be a priority to reflect our status as a self-governing nation rather than a nonprofit corporation. Developing the MNS judicial branch through the creation of a system for the administration of justice. The development of MNS Child and Family Services, including community engagement processes to shape the program, and expanding local governance capacity through the creation of the locals unit. So also highlighting some of those things that have been done by our government already to achieve governance and self-determination. Okay, next slide, please. So health, wellness, and safety. This focus area centers on creating supports that enable Métis citizens to thrive through healing and well-being in all aspects of their lives. This includes improving safety and creating effective emergency response plans, increasing access to physical and mental health services, and creating supports to address challenges like addictions and housing. This focus area conceives of health and wellness very broadly, recognizing that the well-being of citizens in all aspects of their lives is integral to a strong and healthy Métis nation. Next slide, please. So examples of actions within this focus area that the MNS is taking includes the Wellness Through Our Lands program, the development of a midwifery program and birthing centers, the patient support worker program, and many housing projects that are currently underway throughout the province. Slide, please. Education and knowledge sharing. This focus area is about opportunities for citizens to learn about Métis history, culture, and language, as well as to gain employment skills that can support their economic and social progress. We are thinking about education broadly, including institutional learning, like through the Gabriel Dumont Institute and universities, as well as community-based learning from elders and knowledge keepers. This focus area also emphasizes the need to tell our story outside of Métis communities. We must ensure that Métis history is a part of public education and that Métis are in charge of creating and sharing this information. Next slide, please. So some examples of current MNS projects that fit into this focus area are the development of Michif language learning in institutions, including through the University of Saskatchewan and the Regina Catholic School System. It also includes cultural learning programs like the Lee Buffalo Create Cultural Packages that are young ones in community language learning, like at Comfy Days. Okay, next slide, please. Excuse me. Economic development and sovereignty. This focus area emphasizes the importance of economic growth and opportunities for Métis citizens and communities so that we can be more self-sufficient and self-determining. Economic self-sufficiency is an important part of self-determination, and by increasing Métis entrepreneurship, building strategic partnerships, and supporting mentorship and skills programs for youth, we can make Métis Nation an economic leader in Saskatchewan. Slide, please. Some examples of the MNS work that contributes to this focus area are the expansion of the Métis Business Registry, the creation of the MNS procurement policy and procedures, working to improve relations with industry, including through negotiating impact benefit agreements and the creation of the Natural Resources Partnership micro-credential through GBI. Slide, please. And our final focus area is land, environment, and sustainability. This focus area centers on protecting Métis land rights and providing opportunities to expand our knowledge and capacity for traditional land use. This work includes advancing harvesting agreements, greater involvement in researching, mapping, and advocating for Métis land and resources, and affirming Métis rights over land, hunting, fishing, and harvesting. Land is central to our culture and communities, and protecting Métis land is also integral to advancing all other focus areas. So examples of current M&S initiatives that fit within this focus area are the Bison program at Batoche, the work being done to collect oral histories of climate change in collaboration with CERNAC, the development of traditional land use maps, ongoing negotiations towards a harvesting agreement with the province of Saskatchewan. So those are our focus areas. Now we're going to go into reporting, monitoring, and evaluation. So part of producing this report is developing a process for citizens and leadership to engage in two-way communication. This is how we can see progress on the focus areas and provide feedback as priorities and government initiatives change over time. The reporting structure we have created involves multiple levels so that departments, PMC, MNLA, and citizens can all be appropriately involved in seeing progress on the distinctions-based focus plan. Okay, next slide, please. So citizens will be kept up to date and engaged in the process in two key ways. Number one, the president will prepare an annual M&S State of the Nation report. The president will present the report annually at the MNLA, after which it will be posted publicly to the M&S website. The M&S website will be a space where citizens can find updates and be informed about engagement opportunities on the plan. These will include things like frequently asked questions and virtual and in-person communication initiatives. Departments will track their progress on the distinctions-based focus plan through their monthly reporting. So a new reporting process is currently in development with NRG and the Performance and Outcome Monitoring Working Group, which will incorporate tracking progress on the 5 focus areas. These departmental and ministerial reports will allow deputy chiefs and ministers to keep up to date on the progress made within the Métis Nation Saskatchewan. And as we currently do, ministers will also be briefed monthly on the progress within their portfolios. PMC will also receive updates twice a year and special presentations leading up to each MNLA. Reporting on the 5 focus areas will be integrated into the twice-a-year ministerial reporting that takes place leading up to the spring and fall MNLAs. Reports are received, a PMC meeting will be devoted to sharing and responding to these ministerial reports. This will allow the PMC to be updated on progress across ministries and provide feedback. Okay, next slide, please. Timeline and next steps. So the draft plan will be presented to my deputy chief for review, and then will be presented to M&S leadership to consult and provide feedback. Revisions will be made according to the feedback that we receive. We will also be bringing the draft plan in its entirety to the PMC at Government Day next week. And then revisions will be made according to the feedback from PMC prior to launching the report publicly. And of course, it will have to be endorsed by the PMC as well. And then storytelling and content services will be engaged to produce the public-facing content. So again, I'd like to thank everybody for your time today and for your deep listening. I appreciate that it's been a long day. And like I said, I'm very much looking forward to your feedback. And I want to also stress what Minister Morasti stated in his opening comments, that this is intended to be a living document. And this process has not been undertaken before. And, you know, we are constantly changing and ensuring that the distinctions-based focus plan is reflective of all citizens, including our leadership and elders and community members. Except, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you, Billy Joel. Lots of work has gone on in there. So we can entertain a couple questions before we go to the next item. But yes, Secretary Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm asking you to have patience with me because this is very important, and I believe that I'd like to really understand it. I have a question for, I'm not sure, Billy Joe, I guess, or maybe Minister Morasti. This distinct base plan, is that our strategic plan? Is that our strategic plan? And I have a question because I just need confirmation, I guess, maybe from Minister Friesen. She mentioned earlier that there is a plan from 2021 that exists. When we were doing our planning, we were told that there was no plan prior to for the past 8 years. And the reason why I'm asking about this, I really do appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this, Billy Joe. I definitely have to review it because it is a lot and, make sure I can understand it. It's obvious today I have a hard time understanding. But if Minister Friesen can forward me that documentation plan from 2021 that MNS does have, I would really appreciate that. Also, I know when we were doing the distinction-based planning, I had mentioned to the group, and I asked the questions that, because this is huge, anything we do with this strategic plan is going to affect us because we need to be able to relate to this plan in order to give our staff any direction. So there's a lot in there. So, but the first thing I did ask was, we are missing 2 regional reps at our table. And to my knowledge, there was no plan, and Minister Friesen can correct me when I asked how are we communicating with the regions, in particular to this distinction-based plan, because they're a huge part of our Métis nation, and how are we communicating with them so they're a piece of the plan, and their issues and everything else gets in there. And I was told by Minister Friesen herself that they didn't, they kind of forgot about that piece, but they were going to make sure that they came up with a communication piece on how they were going to communicate to receive information to be put into this plan. Because to my knowledge, I was worried about the plan. I didn't know where the plan was at. We left the meeting. We were told we were going to be going into the regions and bringing this information back to the community so they can create a free prior informed, like they can give us the free prior informed consent. And just looking at it now, it's like overwhelming. And I don't, from my understanding, we didn't go that far to take it to the communities because this is going to direct us. This is going to tell us how we direct our staff to make the decisions. And I'm happy to see there's a lot of stuff in there. One of the things, and I'm not sure, I'm a little worried about, I know we're coming to the end of the accords here that were filed back in, I believe, 2017. Is there anything in here that I might have missed that how are we dealing with the federal government moving forward to have more dollars? Thank you.
So Secretary, Matt's going to address the one question that you had there.
Yeah, so I can just some of it. I can do the front end, I think, and so the front end question on previous plans, previous distinctions-based plans, or I think you'd said strategic plan, but we're kind of going with that distinctions-based approach now. So in 2021, the PMC did gather, they did meet in Waskesiu, went through an exercise. They came up with strategic priorities, is what they were called at the time. There were 5 of them, and they're actually, those 5 strategic priorities are actually included in the 6 focus areas in this one. So there's strong overlap. I think, just to say there's strong continuity in the priorities of this government over the last 2 terms. What we didn't get to the last time around was a full PMC level plan that was drafted out. It made it to a certain part, and then that work just kind of discontinued at that point, and they stuck with the strategic priorities. There have been departmental plans since 2021. So since 2021, every department has been doing distinctions-based plans, we'll call them now, and so there's continuity, I think, there. But in terms of where can you go to look at those plans, we can always give you the priorities from last term. That's no problem. I actually think I don't know if it was in the onboarding material, but it's very. Okay. Yes, it was in the onboarding material and covered at the workshop, but I can just get you that summary so you can see it again. And so that's, I think, of all your questions, that's where I can get to. And of course, the other piece is the ministers that are assigned to a portfolio. They're the ones that work with the department in a hands-on way to bring kind of that strategic guidance on behalf of the council. And then we kind of work with them to sort out what the priorities are and ensure that it's consistent with the priorities of the PMC, or in this case now we're shifting the language to focus areas. So there is continuity. It is there. It's just ministers drive it a lot when it gets to the department level. So thank you.
Right on. Okay, Mr. Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Matt, for reflecting on the previous process that we had in the last term. And that's what I was going to say, is that we did not complete that process because there was significant disruption, so it was left. And but we did review a number of areas for distinctions-based planning, and as Matt suggested, they are overlap with what we're reviewing or what we just recently reviewed with Billy Joe. So we haven't forgotten about that work. It's important work that should be included. So I just wanted to say, yeah, we've worked on this for a long time, and so has the staff with their departmental planning as well. So just wanted to support what Matt said. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So now we'll go to Minister Moraski, and then we're going to move on to the next item because this was just for information. We'll move on to the report on the.
I would like to respond though, because I did ask some questions, so I just need some clarification.
Okay, please address the chair when you do that.
I'm talking to you. Oh, I guess I'm looking at you, so I'm sorry.
What was the other question? If you could just concisely put the question. What's the question you need answered?
I need to know, how did we involve the 2 regions that aren't sitting at the table in this distinction plan? And words, Matt mentioned words. We went from strategic to distinction. And I think I was saying the strategic plan today, and that is not completed. So now it's changed to distinction. So we just passed policies. And around the same time, we were talking about distinction. So maybe we put the cart before the horse, because now we got to go back and change those policies because we have to go to distinction. And this presentation today would have been really nice if it could have been in our binder so we could have reviewed it, because once again, it's us that are responsible to the citizens that we have to answer to. And we could have, I seem like there's only few of us, handful of us that are asking questions. It would be nice to hear from the other PMC members, because this is going to guide us for the next while. Thank you.
Okay, so Billy Joe, could you maybe talk to about how the citizens from the two regions would have been heard? Or other regions, or is that not your forte?
Mr. Chair, if
Yes,
I
Mr.
can,
Johnson.
as the minister responsible, I will speak to this. This Métis distinction conversation came to the PMC by resolution and was passed. Furthermore, was brought to the MNLA. And Métis distinction speaks to our diversity as a nation, whether it's our language or our way of life, our landscapes, and everything that evolves around us. Further to that, anytime the distinction-based plan comes, it is a living document. It doesn't stop here. And the provincial secretary spoke earlier about a vision. Well, this is it. This is us putting a vision in place for the work our government does going forward, whether you're a PMC member, the executive, or a staff person working on the public service side of things. We had focus areas in the past. We are now creating the vision based on those conversations, those focus areas, those engagements, and this is all of us compiling it into a living document that'll move forward throughout our nation's work. And in saying that, Mr. Chair, I want to entertain a resolution that next time somebody says strategic plan or strategic priorities, they got to put $5 in the jar. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Fullerton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to speak to, I know that these discussions have been happening and to the work that's been put into this, and that I recognize that Secretary mentioned she would like other regional reps to speak to this. And sorry, my little guy's behind me. We did have the full day out at the Dakota Dunes. This has been brought back to PMC. This PowerPoint was presented to us at the last government day, and that we all had invites to do one-on-one interviews with Billy and the team. So I feel that the information is there, and we have been able to, have these discussions. And again, thank you, Minister, for reminding of the resolution that went through. And again, yes, this is a living document. And if we are working towards, implementing the language that we're using and, being inclusive and identifying that we are Métis distinct folks, I think this is a good start for us. This is just the beginning. We have lots of opportunities to work this, continue to consult with, our colleagues and within our regions. And I look forward to bringing this back to the council with more information as well. I know that we're not looking for any, there's no resolution attached to it today. So I thank you for the information session. And I thank you for that open communication that we can reach out to continue to educate ourselves and be involved in this process. So just wanted to share that. And I thank you for all the work put into this.
Thank you, Minister. Treasurer Denby.
I guess I would just like some clarification that when we're doing this presentation to at the government day on January 27th, will the full plan, I guess, be shared with Western Region 2 and Western Region 3, so that they can have their opportunity, even because they weren't included, so that they can review and provide submissions and different things, be afforded the same opportunity that we are, because we'll be attending this meeting? I guess that's my question to whoever can answer that.
Session.
Mr. Chair, I'll defer that to Dorothy.
Okay. Let's give her a second here.
One.
Good. Okay, sorry about that delay, Dorothy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think just to amplify what Minister Morasti has shared is that, yes, this is a living document and will continue to be shared and feedback into the plan before it's finally approved by the council. And we do that actually, all citizens that are represented through the current executive as well, because they are elected provincially, so that they when they do talk to citizens, this is part of something that they can also share as well, just to as an added part of this. And also we have had public sessions at Back to Batage this summer, where all citizens that attended that, and not saying that, and we just really spoke to all of the people that came in to the booth to speak with us, and also that this is not here for approval, and that it is still open for continued feedback to ensure that we get the priorities straight. And I know that the Provincial Métis Council worked really hard when we had the workshop set up at the last workshop to really make sure that the priorities that were flushed out were part of the are part of this plan moving forward. So I think there's still ample opportunity for input and feedback, Treasurer Denemy, for the plan to be comprehensive and certainly inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Vice President Leclerc.
Thanks, John. And I'd like to put a little bit of perspective on this. Strategic planning, I'm not putting anything in a box. But what I want to say is I believe in distinction-based planning. And so I'm going to premise this with the fact that we're moving into a new administration. We were just elected, and each time a government is elected, what normally would happen is this. You've got the opposition, you've got the governing party. The electorate gives you a mandate, and you follow that mandate. So the Conservatives ran on better healthcare, what have you. They were elected in based on that mandate. And that's what happens. That's why the Sask party picked up a bunch of seats this last election. But because people, the electorate is giving them a mandate, maybe for the next election, but saying these are the things we need you to work on. For us, we don't have an opposition party. I mean, we oppose each other on certain issues and we support each other on others. But to put this all into perspective is we don't have that. And so from my perspective, we need to sit down and say, what have we learned from this last election? We've learned that our electorate are concerned about overspending. They're concerned about the heads of power. They're concerned about this, that, or the other thing. Whatever it was we learned from the election. Now we sit down and we talk to each other, and thank you, Billy Joe, for doing and your team for doing a wonderful I was going to say strategic plan, sorry, bud. Distinctions-based plan by saying these are the things that we've heard. And we put them on sticky boards. They didn't just come out of my head. They came from the people. And I'm sure that's the same with Prez or anybody else that had heard on the campaign trail what people want. And so it evolved into the plan that we have now. Now, will that shift? Of course it'll shift. For example, all of a sudden we get all of this money for Bill C-92, or we start really negotiating on our modern day treaty and focusing on the health and wellness of our children. Will that change that plan? Not really. It'll focus that plan into something that's very distinctions based. And so from my perspective, you can take this to the community every day of the week, 100 times. We're still going to come out with the same thing. What are the priorities? The priorities are our families. The priorities are our language. The priorities are our hunting rights. The priorities are this, that, and the other thing. Other things will come along that we'll need to focus on as leaders. For example, in Ryan's area, the protection of the Elvers, the protection of the Delta. You know, those things might not be number one in the plan, but they're part of our responsibility and what we are doing here today. And that is to take care of our community, to take care of our land, to take care of our water, to take care of our children. So whether you call it a strategic plan or a distinctions-based plan, for us, it needs to be distinctions-based because it's our communities that are dealing with those bigger issues. Whether it's a SAS First Act or whether it's what have you. And as somebody was saying, I think Minister Morasti, this is a beginning. This is a start. This is a living document. And all we're trying to do is have that mandate that we create, that we've heard from the people. The people have given us that mandate, but in a different way than what you would normally find at the federal or provincial level. So my perspective is always they're going to be concerned about, Marg, you'll agree with me, about our financial health. Darcy, you'll agree with me. All they're concerned about is our environment and the water and the protection. And Glenn, they're going to be concerned about strong leadership and about our laws. None of that is ever going to change. Doesn't matter how many of these things we're going to do. We know that those are core values of our people. So I don't even know what the argument is about. I think it's fantastic. Great job, Billy Joe. We will continue to fight for the rights of our people in whatever ways we can. And things are not in a vacuum. It's fluid. When things come up, we will address them. So those are my thoughts on this. And thank you, Billy, and your team, again, for doing the work, pulling together the things that we've told you, that we heard from our people during election. It was perfect time to do it. And pull it into a piece that makes sense to all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President, for your eloquence. Secretary Hansen, if you have a concise question, we're running low on time. We have one other thing we have to do before the end. So
this is very important. This is thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not an argument. I don't hear an argument. I think this is great discussion, and democracy has to happen at our table. So I think discussion and tough discussion is great. I agree. It came in perfect timing. However, we do have two huge regions that that have to have say also. I can say I spoke to them. We haven't even really gone into those regions. I think that's unfair because the question has not been asked. I would like to see the strategic plan from before, because from what I'm hearing, we never had a strategic plan. My biggest concern is we passed a code of ethics in regards to a code of ethics. And in that code of ethics, we as the PMC made a motion and passed it that our CEO has the authority to make all of our decisions. And the only way we can respond or give him direction is through having I'm not sure what to call it, strategic plan, distinct base plan now, but we need to be clear on what it is because it's creating a lot of confusion, I'm sure, for all of us around the table. And I can only imagine what our citizens are saying here today. Because if we don't have everything in that plan, then we can't take that to our director and get him to do any directive because he doesn't have to respond to us. And like we said earlier, with the youth president, she was put off for a month. So it sets us back a lot when we move forward, especially when we're moving forward on distinct-based issues. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can respond to the question.
Yes, really quick, folks. We're very short on time.
What's that?
Like we got 4 minutes. We got 5 minutes left.
Okay, I just want to respond to the question. The ministry is committed to engaging with all regions in this province, and even those members that are sanctioned, we will be in community. Our team is committing that, and we will, in the coming days, put our pens to paper and set some dates up and so on and so forth. So we will commit to that. Thank you.
Thank you. President McCallum.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. As you can see on the plan, in regards to what Billy presented with the minister, it's very clear in regards to our language, very distinct. It speaks loudly in regards to what we are naming certain parts of this plan. And the other thing is, I'm not going to use the S word. I'm going to use distinction-based focus and planning. From day one, since I got elected, I've always pushed the issue of distinction-based. I've gone through 3 elections now, and I've been very clear in regards to how I speak. Ako may mga tayam yan, mistat may gansto tao na ako. Ngaya mindayam mo ni mamitsin, I will speak my language, and I'm proud of my language. It wants to mean na kawitamat na o ikaw misyato iwatagimuya that we suffered as Métis people because iyapatita munya o masinahigan government policy. Tansi is kipmatsuno is pamingatik how our lives are being controlled. Ano sumagayam niya? Now we talk. It's very crucial to use the right language and the right labeling in regards to what we do as we begin to move forward. I've always, even in Batoche, through the campaign, I've held up this empty page and said that's Section 35 rights. It's empty. How do we bring things into that space in a very distinct way? We're in the Canadian Constitution. We are one of the 3 Indigenous recognized groups that in Canada, Métis. And so therefore, and we are distinct. It's time that we start using that. I talked about in my opening remarks of colonization, assimilation, status quo. Distinction is so key in how we address ourselves, but more importantly, how the world should look at us, that we're unique and distinct. So for me, distinction-based focus and planning, didn't come up just yesterday. It's been 8.5 years, little over 8.5 years since I've been elected that I've been pushing this issue. And I wish I had one of my pamphlets here and I read what I wrote on there in the last 3 elections. So this has been like a mandate that I've been given as the president of the Métis Nation, to be able to work with council, to be able to engage with our people in regards to writing. I'm so glad the work, Billy, and your office, the policy people and the minister, the work that you're doing, I love it. And it's great. It's wonderful. Let's keep moving forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, President. So folks, we have a couple items here that we still have to deal with, 3 of them. Finance update, an update on the February meeting, and then a report on the audit of the registry. So is there an appetite? Can we extend the meeting for another half hour? Yes, Minister Fullerton.
Hi, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the hard stop and carry on until we finish the agenda.
Is there a seconder for that? Minister Friesen? Okay, so I guess we got to have a bit of a vote there. Yes, Minister Morasti?
I'm in favor of the resolution, Mr. Chair, but I do have to step out. I have an AGM to attend in Kenipic with Kenipic Métis Local in Pine House. So thank you to my colleagues for a wonderful day. Thank you to all those that participated online. We did work. Good job.
Yeah.
Talk soon.
Thank you. All right, so I guess we need a vote here.
Yeah, I'll have to leave soon too.
If we
Yeah, so maybe we can skip through the discussion, go right into registry or something.
Okay, that works for me. Yeah, we'll just go right into, is Ms. Donaldson still with us, sir? Sorry, Minister Friesen, you had your hand up. Was that just to extend the meeting?
No, but I do have an important, I need to address something here before we leave the meeting.
We're not leaving the meeting yet. Okay, but what is it, Minister?
I'll wait until this portion is completed because it is in relation to conduct here. So.
Okay, so now we're going to get a report from Deb Donaldson regarding the registry audit. So Deb, over to you.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate being invited to give an update on how the 27 areas of improvement are going with the registry department. As everybody is well aware, in May, the Coming Home Resolution was initiated, and then in November of 2024, the Legislative Assembly directed us to get an independent audit and to go through the registry process as it compares to the Coming Home Resolution and regular applications or general applications. And that was completed in June 2025. So, okay, next slide. And as everyone knows, KPMG, they were the auditors, and they did take a look at a lot of the information that we had in our database and how we processed everything and what it would look like. So we developed process maps, a lot of items to help identify what we were doing and to make sure that everyone was aware of what we are currently doing and what we were doing as it compares to general applications and coming home applications. Next slide, please. So this is one of the 27 areas of improvement, fair and equitable processing. So we have trained we had a professional come in and train all of our registry staff on conflict of interest. And it was wonderful, but we do want them to realize that if you cannot look at certain files, because if you're just randomly going through the database, that is not your job. Your job is to enter data, do the research. We want it to be very clear that there's, you can't go and look at your friends or your sisters or whatever application, that's a conflict, or when a genealogist is verifying their a relative's a file, that is now part of our policies. That is not allowed. A separate genealogist will have to do that. So we completed that, or it's ongoing for us. Improved evidence retention. The registry staff has now been told that they must put detailed information into the database when it comes to each application and each file, so that we know exactly when they did anything or anything was changed in it, and then where it went from there and how close it is to being verified and sent out for, and they receive a citizenship card. So that's complete and, well, ongoing. So in the next one, 3.1, establish and track data entry timelines. So we were running way behind. We were backlogged in data entry. So lots of applications continuously come in. And I would say we get around, it depends, 300 to 500 applications every month. And so we were falling behind in getting those applications into the database so that they could be worked on. But so we hired contractors cleaned that all up for us, and now we are right on par with any type of database entry. So that as soon as an application comes to us, it's entered that day immediately. So we are all caught up with that, and we are making sure that to track the timelines so that we know that all the database information is in there right away. So that's complete or ongoing. Process delays. We do continue to have delays, even though we've fixed the database entering, but we do have genealogy researchers that we need, because that is the heavy part of the whole application. It's a lot of work looking for documents, doing the research, so we do struggle with that, because right now I think we're in a deficit of, I would say 700. So we do really need to get these files through and have people, but we don't want to compromise what we're doing for speed, but we want to have legitimate certified genealogists, certified researchers doing this research for us and helping us go through the files or the applications. Next slide, please. Yep, thank you. So the next slide is about IT. With IT, they are working with us and with Paperleaf to develop the new database, and we are looking at changing how because our old database is very old. I believe we got it in 2008 or 2009, one of those years. So it is quite ancient. So we're going to update a lot within this new database. So, and that will hopefully be March 31st. We're hoping February, but for sure March 31st, we should have it up and running. Internal document management policy. We are currently, well, it wouldn't be the registry, but it's IT working on getting some type of policies for IT records, or retention of what we should do with these documents. How long should we hold on to them? There needs to be policies around that. We have developed our own registry policies based on the archives and how they've set up their policies. Portable storage device management. Again, this is an IT. This is an IT, what can I say? It's an IT project or an IT improvement So what they're doing is developing a portable type of device so that we have it so we can store things properly and not have to worry about any information getting out. And protection of digital files, again, it's an IT security. They are continuing to look and work towards getting this, making sure that this is part of our new database coming up and part of our SharePoint, because we do not really want people accessing information. We want to have high security when it comes to the new database, which I believe we will be able to do. So that's coming along perfectly too. Next slide, please. Remote access. Again, this is an IT concern, and they are looking at alternatives for the VPN. I'm sorry, that's what I meant, the VPN. And hopefully when anybody's out in the community, when it comes to registry or applications or any of that, that we do have security that will protect the information of the citizen or applicant. Regular users access reviews. We do review every time somebody is in the database and then they leave to a different job, or they're let go or something, or they go, to a different position. We do have that I think it's bi-weekly. The manager of the card team goes into the database and makes sure to check who's got access to what, and if they have left the department or they've moved to a different job, then he makes sure that they have the correct access within the database. And as it accounts to the SharePoint, we do have the operations manager that will make sure that who can get in access these files through SharePoint and who cannot. So that's ongoing. Document control process. The collections file clerk is developing a more written, formal process, because we had an informal process where we had two people that could access and drop off documents to Iron Mountain. And now we need a written process for that. So that's what she'll be working on and getting that done. A formal appeals process, that is really not up to the registry. That is something that the Legislative Assembly would have to develop, and we're hoping that it gets developed within, next year or next fiscal year or after that. But yeah, that is more of something that the registry is not going to do, because the one thing we do if we have an issue usually it's with the family tree, the genealogy documents, we do reach out to a separate person that is qualified and has been to court and has a lot of experience with genealogy, and she will verify and go through everything to see if we're missing something or it's the wrong document. And thus far, it's worked really great. It shows that when an application comes in and it's being denied, that our denied team is really keeping a close eye on what they're doing with these files and applications. So they're doing an excellent job. Next slide, please. Privacy policy training. So we did receive training. All of the registry staff received privacy training, and this was in September. And now we have developed with HR a privacy policy plus a form that they must sign as employees of the registry that makes that they know that they have to keep certain things private, and what they can share and what they can't share. So they have to sign off on that too. A formal feedback mechanism. It was true, we were getting feedback, but it was informal feedback, and and it wasn't. Sometimes the feedback we would get would be not the most, I don't know, most beneficial to us. So it was more negative and more, you know, an attack or something like that on what we were doing. But we have a formal process. So every time a new citizen receives their card in the mail, they'll get this QR code that they can link up and go in there and give us some feedback. And that is the same as with the renewals too. So when a card gets renewed, that is, again, that little QR code will go out in the mail with them, and they have an opportunity to give us feedback so that we can track it and formalize the feedback. Conflict of interest policy. Yes, we make sure that we have a conflict of interest, like I had mentioned earlier, when it comes to, say, my relative came in, I would not be able to work on their file because that's a conflict. So we did do training when it came to this to make sure that everybody understands and knows that there's conflicts within the registry if a certain person was looking at a relative's or a friend's application for them, or verifying this application, or sending them out a card. So we have been very clear on who does what and making sure that the policies are there to back it up. Regular audit. We were doing an audit, an internal audit. We started in 2023, but we got very busy, so that kind of slowed down. But we are going to do more of an internal audit with all the team on a yearly basis. So we'll have a week where no applications will be actually worked on. It'll be just a general audit with all the staff, the genealogy staff, on a yearly basis. And an external audit, according to the Canadian Standards Association, they had recommended that registries get every 3 years external audit, which we are open to because the audit was an actual great experience, and we learned a lot from that. So, and it was very beneficial to what we were doing. Let's see. Next slide, please. Collaboration with ADS. We continue to collaborate with them, but now it's more of a transitioning all the information that's in the database into the new database. So that's where we're actually collaborating with them now, because we will be moving from that database here in February or March. So, and working within the new database. So that collaboration will not continue after that. Confidential agreements, for the registry. So when we went in for conflict resolution, privacy training, we did have confidentiality training too, because they're all kind of tied together. So we made sure that when we had the training in September, that everybody was trained on how to be confidential, what it means, what could happen if you aren't confidential, those type of things. And then once again, we put it into our form to make sure that all registry employees sign off that they understand the confidential agreement and that they will adhere to the regulations and rules of that agreement. Comprehensive review and update of policies. We've gone through all the policies with registry. We've created new ones. We've made sure that they're up to date and that there's procedures attached to these policies. so that anyone can, well, not anyone, in the registry, that people know exactly what they're supposed to be doing and what policies backing that up or supporting anything that they're doing in registry when it comes to confidentiality and privacy. Where are we? Technology upgrades for application processing. We are working with Paperleaf weekly on the new database. IT, of course, the M&S IT is involved in that too, to make sure that we get the information in that we need, and also we have the security and the controls within that database to limit certain people, because it's not something that they need to know. So like registration agents can't access, genealogy verifications or anything like that. So we just want to make sure that there's controls in the new database too. Implementation of quality assurance. So with the quality assurance, we have we've actually have card team has a quality assurance person that makes sure that the card's printed out right, that they match their ID, that the photo is right. So John does that for every card. So now we have a manager, well, actually 2 managers that review all of the data entry files to make sure that they were entered properly, that they, again, have all the information that is needed, and that process is done accurately and is consistent. Then we have now a person within the genealogy team that is looking and making sure that there's quality assurance in when they are verifying applications, what kind of sources we can use, and that all comes from the Canadian Standards Association, the Pauli case, and also there's one other thing. Oh, well, there's a few things that we use to make sure that we are following exactly what the Canadian Standards Association has worked with all the registries to do and complete. So yeah, if there's any, we have one more slide. Oh no, we don't. Okay, thanks. Anybody have a question? I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Deb. Appreciate the information and the effort your team has made over at the registry there. Are there any clarity or questions needed from Deb on the registry audit and their response and ongoing response? Looks like you might be off the hook there, Deb. It's getting late in the day. Looks like there's no questions. Oh, there we go. Vice President Leclerc.
Just a quick question. What is the acronym for ADS?
Oh, Advanced Data Systems.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good one. You got another one for me?
No, that's
Good
it.
question, good answer. All right. Thank you, Vice President. Minister Fullerton.
Thank you for that update and presentation, Deb. I know it must have been a bit strenuous on the department, but it is much needed. And so I do thank you and your team for doing this for us. I do have a question, just for clarity. So I know there was discussion prior to, the more of the security of our registry years ago, where there was, mix up in files or genealogy. Can you confirm that through this process and, all of, maybe some of the backlog, but going back to the very kind of beginning of the folks that registered and became citizens, have those all been, verified? And yeah, does that make sense what I'm trying to ask? Like, have you been able to go back and we are now caught up and everybody is a citizen and there's no questions to that genealogy?
No, when I came on, is the acting registrar or director of registry, I noticed I got 2 people, a team to go from number one, card one, and start moving up. And that was our internal audit because we wanted to make sure that all the documents were there. They were sourced according to how we source, all that. But we are not complete with that, and the numbers keep growing. So yeah, it would take a while to do a complete audit, but we have started, and I don't even think we're halfway. I think we are not even a quarter of the way, unfortunately. But yes, those things are important to me, and I would love to get them done because, you know, we need to make sure that everything's there, everything's supported for that citizen with the documents.
Thanks,
I hope that
Deb.
answers it.
Secretary Hansen.
Sorry about that. I just want to ask just a simple question, Deb, in regards to the cleanup of the Citizenship Act. As I was reviewing it, there's a lot of repeals. Repealed. There's like 20 some, right? Are those ever going to be removed, or will they stay there? Like, will it ever just be what word am I looking for? Consolidated, like remove 11, under Article 8, the registry 881, 828, 83. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You see all of those repeals, like.
Yes, it would be nice to have them out of there, but I don't know if like Dorothy would probably be able to answer that better, because they send things to the Legislative Assembly.
Yeah,
that
Deb.
need to be changed.
Deb, you're correct. Dorothy is going to speak to that.
Okay,
Answer
awesome.
Secretary's question. Can you adjust the camera, Jay? Dorothy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, a very good question, Secretary Hansen. And all of that information is important to maintain, actually, just because it does help us, know when certain pieces of the legislation are amended or edited or changed in any way. And it also, so those will likely never be removed just because they are a record of the work of the legislation and all the changes relating to that. So, and it applies to all legislation that we have, not just to the Citizenship Act of the MNS. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Leclerc.
Sorry. One final question, and I think I know the answer to this question, Deb, but you had indicated that you, had started from one and need to go and sort of verify the rest of them. What are your thoughts on sort of the way that the registry is funded? Would it help? I always hear President McCallum talk about the registry as the heart of our nation. What are your thoughts in terms of like increased funding to be able to work more cohesively in a better way? I guess I have a question about that as the director. And I suspect I know what you're going to say, but I just thought I'd throw that out there.
That would be nice, but I have to say that every year that we've had, that I've been the registrar and the director of registry, we have always had a surplus. So I'm not sure if that would help so much. See, you thought I'd say yes. And but I really think we need more genealogy people. We need more researchers. And I'm very particular on them because they need to be trained and they need to be certified. They can't just be anybody just hired that loves research. We want to make sure that they're trained through the Saskatchewan Genealogy Society and are certified to do Indigenous research. But yeah, that's what I'm hoping, that we can get more people recruited and trained to actually go through all those, like I said, 700 files, applications that are sitting there that need to be researched and verified and sourced. So it's a people thing. We need more people trained.
Thanks, Deb. That's good insight. Good question, Vice President. Secretary Hansen.
I just like to end off the meeting today. Was kind of rough for me, and but I want to let I can't even remember. She just spoke up, responded to my question.
Yeah.
She's Dorothy's. Thank you. Dorothy just mentioned. Good question, President Hansen. So I just wanted to say thank you because I didn't think I was going to hear that today.
Thank you, Secretary. All right. So thank you, Deb, for your time and your report. We're going to move on to our next item. We got 2 left to go here, folks, and I know it's getting late. Minister Friesen, is there a finance update? Or did you already speak to that earlier?
Thank you, Chair. Other than the financial policy review and workshop that's been planned, we do have some recommendation, but first we need to meet as a finance committee to bring forward to the PMC. There will be some change to a couple of policies that apply to the PMC financially. So we're just framing that so that we can present it to the PMC. We'll present it first at Government Day, and then implementation process will be followed with any introduction of any new policy or revisions of existing. So not at this time. We do not have any formal update. Still in the budget exercise. Budget draft is still in progress, and I'll report accordingly when we get to the point to report to the PMC.
Okay,
RC.
Thank you, Minister. So last item on the agenda, and that's February PMC meeting update from our CEO, Richard Quintal.
If I may, Chair, too, I just would like to request a couple of minutes to address conduct today.
Okay, after Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So just wanted to let the council know, as per the request from the council about attending the Ottawa office opening. The work is happening in Ottawa right now. I've actually been working on that this week. The PMC has been moved to in-person, and the council will be invited out for the grand opening, where we have invited MPs and other dignitaries to come out and see our new space and know where they can find us and meet with us, so that we can continue growing our government and negotiating with on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis.
Thank you.
And
Mr.
sorry, John, just one last thing here, and that was it's going to be moved to Monday, February 23rd in Ottawa.
Okay. Next PMC, Monday, February 23rd in Ottawa. Okay. Right on. Thank you, Richard. Okay, Minister Friesen, final comments, and then we'll have a prayer and call it a very long day. Mr. Friesen.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I will keep this brief, I promise. I just wanted to remind the PMC of the conduct when we were having PMC meetings and the rules of conduct with regards to our chair. I know that there has been some disruptive behavior today from one member. It's been observed. And thank you, Chair, for acknowledging the behavior and making a course correction. At any time, we need to respect the Chair's role and the authority that he has to preside over our preside and chair those meetings. And I don't appreciate the behavior today, and I just wanted to address that, Chair. And on behalf of the PMC, it has been observed, and there is zero tolerance for that type of behavior. And I would hope to chat with the member responsible to inform them that they have potentially breached 3 rules of our conduct policy.
Thank you, Minister. So let's, could I have a motion to close the meeting, please? And then we'll have a prayer from our elder. President McCallum, motion to close the meeting. Thank you. Is Caroline still online? Did she stick with us?
Yes, I am.
That'd be Caroline. If you could give us a closing prayer, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Samina Mercy Kahkiao. Again, thank you all for being here today. As we go, remember to thank God, Jesus, for watching over the Métis people and to be the best we know we can be. God, Jesus, watch over those less fortunate than us. Ekose, merci, amen.
Thank you, Caroline. Safe travels, everybody. Have a great week.